Introductions by members. Member for Richmond North Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is with sadness that I rise today to announce the passing of one of BC's greatest Chinese-Canadian community leaders, Colonel Hao Li. Colonel Hao Li was the founder and president of the Chinese-Canadian Military Museum, which tells the story of Chinese-Canadian veterans in both the First and Second World Wars. As director of the Chinese Cultural Centre of Greater Vancouver, Hao promoted the contributions of the veterans in the Chinese community and in the community at large. Hao also promoted the cause of veterans at the Asian Heritage Month Society by inviting speakers and organizing panel discussions. He helped with the coordination of cadet programs, promoted Veterans Week and Remembrance Day in public schools, and planned and participated in the local Remembrance Day ceremony. And he has provided key assistance to the organizers of the revitalization project of the Vancouver Cenopath in Victory Square. On behalf of the Chinese-Canadian community and the riding of Richmond North Centre, I would like to extend my most sincere condolences to the Hao's family and friends. He will be missed and remembered. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Vancouver Kensington.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. Today, March 15th, is the National Day of Hungary, also known as the Revolution and Independence Day, and marks the anniversary of the start of the 1848 revolution against the Austrian Empire. I'm pleased to introduce very dear family friends, Les and Yolanda Tarney, and the significance of the celebration of the National Day of Hungary was made clear to me when they recounted their experiences fleeing Hungary during the 1956 uprising. Les had just graduated as an engineer student. Yolanda was a very talented photographer. They escaped with a little more than clothes on their back and dreams and aspirations to settle and raise a family. They found their way to Canada, and their son and daughter followed in their father's footsteps, raised an engineer. Kathy Tarney-Lokhurst completed her PhD in engineering. And I'd ask all members of the legislature here to join me and everyone of Hungarian descent in British Columbia to celebrate and mark the Revolution and Independence Day of Hungary. Thank you very much.
Member for Peace River North.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Just want to give a quick introduction to a couple of good friends of mine. They moved from Ontario, they moved to Fort St. John, and then most recently they made the move down to the island here, where the weather's a little bit milder than in Fort St. John. They now reside in, hard to believe, they now live in Nanaimo, and they're in the area today, touring the legislative grounds, brought their family down just to enjoy some of the weather. So Jeff and Maggie, their two children, Jillian and Taryn, Bo with the House, please make them feel welcome. Thank you.
Member for Kootenay East.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I'm energized, I'm enthused, I'm excited because it's my favorite day here in the legislature all year round, and it's because it's mining day. And we have a star-studded cast of mining representatives from across the province hanging out in the virtual gallery today, spreading the word on how foundational mining is to BC success and being global leaders in a low-carbon future. Today in the gallery, we have John Shadden, President of Kanuma Coal Resources, John Davidson with the Mining Suppliers Association of BC, Richard Prokopenko from Rio Tinto, Nat Adams with Newcrest Mining, Sharon Singh, partner with Bennett Jones, Kendra Johnson, she's the president and CEO of AME, Kate Mueller, New Gold Incorporated, Ryan Todd with Artemis Gold, and I think I see Jason Jacobs, president of the East Kootenay Chamber of Mines, hanging out as well. Would the House welcome them and the tens of thousands of people in the province that make mining our foundational economic cornerstone here in BC?
Member for Surrey Cloverdale.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. Today I rise virtually in the House to wish my daughter, Shannon Starchuk happy birthday. And what makes this birthday a little bit more special is she's halfway through her second trimester, so she's actually celebrating her birthday for 2. So would the House join me in wishing my daughter Shannon happy birthday? Thank you.
Member for Cariboo North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm delighted that it is UBC Medicine Advocacy Week this week, and we've had the opportunity to meet with students from across British Columbia studying at UBC, the Faculty of Medicine. I had the opportunity to meet with them earlier today, and we'll do so with some meetings later today. I know that they are meeting with members, all the members in this legislature. They have 4 key asks that they want government to move forward with, and I just want to sincerely thank them for their thoughtfulness, the information that they've brought forward, and for their personal stories. And I just really want to thank each of them and encourage everyone to take the time to listen to their requests. Would the House please make these medical students feel very welcome?
Member for Richmond South Centre.
Sorry, I apologize. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a bit tight corner here. I would like to take a moment to introduce one of my constituents. Sorry. Her name is Anne Orange, and she's celebrating her 100th birthday today. I will ask the whole House to welcome and wish her a happy birthday with me. Thank you.
Member for Surrey White Rock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and with great pride today, I'm able to introduce my support group, my family, my wife Holly, my son Nicholas, and my daughter Alexandra, who are with me, and I'd like the House please make them welcome. And I would also like to point out too that when I left this place as a staffer a number of years ago, the best thing I left with was my wife, who I met in the building here. So again, I ask the House please make them welcome today.
Madam Clerk.
Introduction of bills.
Attorney General.
Speaker, I have the honor to present a message from Her Honor the Lieutenant Governor.
Her Honor the Lieutenant Governor transmits herewith Bill number 11, entitled Court of Appeal Act, and recommends the same to the Legislative Assembly. Minister.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I move that the bill be introduced and read a first time now. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to introduce the Court of Appeal Act. This bill repeals and replaces the existing Court of Appeal Act. The Court of Appeal is the highest court in the province of British Columbia. It hears appeals from the Supreme Court, from the Provincial Court on some criminal matters, and reviews and appeals some administrative boards and tribunals. The Court of Appeal is constituted by the Court of Appeal Act. The most recent revision of the Act occurred in 1996. Over the years, amendments have been made to the Court of Appeal Act affecting its organization and usability. The Act currently includes practice and procedural directions, which more appropriately belong in the rules of the Court of Appeal. Overall, the structure and content of the Act does not reflect modern legislation drafting standards. Importantly, the current legislation is difficult for readers to understand, particularly given the increased presence of self-represented litigants in civil appeals. Litigants who wish to bring an appeal must refer to different resources, the Act, the rules, practice directions. This creates confusion, as we were advised through feedback received during the public consultation stage of this project. This bill is the first step to consolidating and clarifying the Act while simplifying procedures to create efficiencies. Developed with a user-centered approach, this bill will modernize the Court of Appeal Act and improve access to justice for litigants in the BC Court of Appeal. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Members, the vote is about to take place. All those who are participating virtually have their voting cards ready. The question is first reading of the bill. You have heard the motion. All those in favor indicate aye. Aye. Those who oppose indicate nay. Motion carried. Attorney General.
Honourable Speaker, I move the bill be placed on the orders of the day for second reading at the next sitting of the House after today.
Members, again, vote is about to take place. Have your voting cards ready. You have heard the motion. All those in favor indicate aye. Aye. Those who oppose indicate nay. Motion carried. Madam Clerk.
Statements by members.
Member for Surrey Guildford.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. It had its start in the mid-1800s with the coal mines here on Vancouver Island and the famous gold camps of the Caribou. And today, British Columbia has grown to become one of the world's major mining regions. Indeed, we're now one of the world's most prolific mining regions, and we still have vast untapped mineral reserves. British Columbia, in fact, is Canada's largest exporter of coal, leading producer of copper, and only producer of molybdenum. We also produce significant amounts of gold, silver, lead, and zinc, and over 30 industrial minerals. We're world-renowned for our excellence in mining and mining-related fields due to our abundance of resources, our strong labor force, and our easy access to ports. The BC mining industry is a pillar of our economy and is playing a key role in our province's ongoing economic recovery. In 2019, BC mining operations generated $11.4 billion in gross revenues, employed 11,784 workers, and made over $1 billion in payments to governments, and accounts for approximately 1/4 of all of BC's exports. Indigenous nations shared directly in mineral tax revenues from mines operating within their traditional territories, with $98 million in mineral tax payments to 46 independent nations to date. In 2018, BC's mines and smelters spent $2.9 billion purchasing materials, goods, and services from more than 3,700 businesses located in 215 BC municipalities, communities, or Indigenous nations. This includes $265 million in goods and services from 120 Indigenous affiliated suppliers. Today is Mining Day in British Columbia, and I know all members of all sides of the House will join me in celebrating the women and men in this important and growing industry for their valuable contributions to British Columbia, Canada, and the world. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Member for Kootenay East.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member before me for speaking to something that I get excited about, as in my introductions, as the critic for energy mines and low carbon innovation. This is indeed my favorite day of the year, Mining Day here in BC. One of the cornerstones of our provincial economy is indeed the mining industry. It employs over 30,000 British Columbians directly and hundreds of thousands more indirectly. At the recent 2021 AME Roundup, co-chairman of Ivanhoe Mines, Robert Friedland, made some interesting comments. Mr. Friedland predicted that a phenomenon he described only as revenge of the miners would come soon to British Columbia. Mining is seeing a big comeback. Investment that once fled the industry is now back with determination. Mr. Speaker, I've heard some members in this House declare that mining is a sunset industry. They say the new tech economy will lead the charge. However, people are starting to realize, like the member previous to me, that these disruptive technologies rely heavily on metals and minerals. At the risk of making a pun, Mr. Speaker, could it be correct to say that the nickel has finally dropped? If we are to invest in a green economy and electrification, then before the end of the decade, some $100 trillion globally may be invested, and metals and minerals will be at the center of this shift. But we need to be competitive with the rest of the world on carbon leakage. Otherwise, our competition could benefit those other jurisdictions, which is rightfully ours. On this day, the mining world would like us to consider 4 main points. 1, a change to the carbon tax to level the playing field for BC mining so it protects both the environment and jobs. 2, action to improve the clarity, predictability, and timeliness of BC's regulatory framework for BC mining. 3, sustainable and consistent funding to earth sciences in order to advance knowledge, inform responsible development, encourage investment, and stimulate innovation. And 4, for government to assist in reducing the stigma of mining and to see it as the responsible sunrise industry once again. To the MABC, AME, Geoscience BC, the Stone, Sand and Gravel Association of BC, our Chamber of Mines, and every person or company that relies on mining, have a happy mining day.
Member for Richmond Steveston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Spring is arriving here in Richmond. Daffodils are up, crocuses are blooming, and forsythia is erupting in its annual show of yellow blooms. Farmers are already well underway for the coming year, and we can be grateful for the excellent quality local produce that supports our good health and food security. If you haven't heard about CSA baskets, CSA stands for Community Supported Agriculture. They're important because they create connection within the community and certainty for the producer. Certainty for farmers is so important because it helps them gauge how much to plant and the price they'll receive for their produce. CSA baskets also help smooth out the effects of good or bad weather on the growing season, which helps farmers' long-term viability. In Richmond, the Sharing Farm offers a CSA basket and also works to grow fresh vegetables for the Richmond Food Bank. Sweet Digs Farm also offers a CSA basket and will have market vegetables for sale as well. Farm folk, city folk have a really great website that you can use to find a CSA farm near you, no matter where you are in BC. We also have the Kwantlen Incubator Farm Project, which pairs new agriculture grads like Vita and Alan Rose with a small parcel to start their agriculture business. Kwantlen Farm School and Incubator Farm produce can be bought locally in Richmond. Other farmers in Richmond Steveston are Bob Featherstone, whose strawberry stand is legendary and eagerly anticipated each year. Farmer Harold Steves sells heirloom seeds at his farm gate so we can grow plants specially bred for the local conditions. Harold and his son Jerry also sell beef and pork grown on farms that use regenerative agriculture methods to build the soil and reduce GHGs. We also need to support our local fishers. Some of these fishing families have been feeding Richmond for generations. You can find them at the docks in Steveston Village, but purchases can also be made from Skipper Otto, a CSF, Community Supported Fishery. It's so important to buy local, to support our local economies, ensure food security, and enjoy the delight of fresh food in our community. Thank you.
Member for West Vancouver.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I acknowledge my riding of West Vancouver Capilano. It resides on the traditional lands of the Tsleil-Waututh, Squamish, and Musqueam First Nations. The West Vancouver Foundation has been making an impact in our community and beyond since 1979 and is considered to be one of the 30 top community foundations in Canada. It's a leader in community-based philanthropy, working directly with families, individuals, and other charities on the North Shore for maximum impact. 2020 was we saw an unprecedented year of need in our community. The foundation heeded the call and since April has contributed or distributed $750,000 to essential charities and initiatives throughout the North Shore through its COVID-19 response fund, as well as generous community grants from the West Vancouver fund holders. Through the North Shore COVID-19 emergency response, 35 grants were provided for services which were including meal programs for low-income and vulnerable seniors, crisis and counseling work, and work supporting risk at youth. The foundation, through its leadership, scholarship, community, and micro-grants, to name just a few, is working towards creating and sustaining a healthy and vibrant West Vancouver and North Shore community where everyone is valued, contributes, and they feel they belong. Recently, I was honored to attend, virtually of course, the Foundation's celebration for the Responsive Neighborhood Small Grant Program, which was started in 1999 to combat loneliness and social isolation by making communities stronger, safer, and more welcoming. The celebration is an opportunity to highlight and celebrate 25 projects that ran in a very challenging year and the incredible people in the community who came together to tackle the extraordinary social isolation brought on by this pandemic. I'm incredibly honored to work to support the Foundation and all of their initiatives, and as I always close in these statements by reminding everyone that nonprofits rely on the generous donations of people in their community. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Richmond South Centre.
I'll begin this time. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I rise today to speak about rural social work today. I do want to acknowledge I'm speaking from my riding, Richmond South Center. It's from the Musqueam Coast Salish territory. I thank them for allowing us to live, work, and play in an unceded and traditional territory. Today, I would like to talk about a World Social Work Day, which is actually March 16, 2021. I'm going to be borrowing a term, and if I do mispronounce it, I do ask for everyone's apologies. The term is called Ubuntu. Ubuntu means I am because we are. I think one of the things we often understand that due to the COVID-19 pandemic, it has altered our normality for society today. British Columbians, like many other citizens around the world, cannot be coming together physically due to the pandemic. Although we are not able to hug, hold hands, or converse in close proximity, British Columbians innovatively and resiliently found ways to stay connected. Despite the fact that we are a year into the pandemic, the majority of British Columbians are still going strong in our compliance to Dr. Bonnie Henry's order. I'm for that, thank them, and thank everybody. And we are also stronger because we're stronger together. However, the pandemic also amplified many social service challenges that we are facing today. Addictions, domestic violence, mental health, youth at risk, racism, income inequality, and much more. Social workers are often the ones who have to be in the front line to be taking on the first services to serve the British Columbians, and the pandemic has amplified the challenge that we're facing today. From finding a shelter spot for domestic violence escapees to actually helping individuals with addiction to find proper counseling services, we thank them for all the social workers to take the time out of the awkward hours, days, and being overworked to serve British Columbia. Thank you.
Member for Surrey White Rock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today I rise in the House to give thanks to an integral, important part of our community in Surrey White Rock, and that is Larry Shareski. Larry has dedicated over 40 years with the Semiahmoo House Society. Larry was a board member for 3 unity organizations, Semiahmoo House Society, Peninsula Estates Housing Society, and the Semiahmoo Foundation. He was a part of some very big projects during his 5 years on the board, including the creation of Chorus and inclusive apartments that was completed in 2016. Larry was a paid employee for Unity Partner Semiahmoo Foundation. He asked that I include the part paid in there. His position as ambassador was created to take advantage of his incredible gift of connecting people in the community. Larry is a celebrity in our community. During his time as Unity Ambassador, he volunteered at the Centennial Arena with the Surrey Eagles, and furthermore, he dedicated 13 years of his time to be a guest conductor at Southridge School. Many people in Surrey White Rock know Larry to be an all-around outstanding person, and from those who know him, I've been told that Larry has a very kind, generous, and spirited personality, who has shown his dedication to enacting a positive change through his 40 years involvement with the organization. The Semiahmoo House Society is a nonprofit organization situated in my constituency of Surrey White Rock. Its philosophy is to be commended. The Semiahmoo House Society believes that people with disabilities should be valued and included fully in their communities with the same rights and responsibilities of all people living in Canada. Larry's retiring from the Semiahmoo House, and I can say with absolute certainty that our community is better off for having Larry served in it. I wish Larry a very happy retirement. I hope that he stays active in the community. I hope I see him at future Surrey Eagle hockey games coming up. But I want to take this opportunity to say thank you to Larry for his service, and we wish you good luck in retirement.
Madam Clerk.
Oral questions by members.
Leader of Official Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. 1,726 people died from an overdose last year. The toll of this crisis is disproportionately affecting First Nations people who are almost 6 times more likely to die from an overdose than others in our province. Carrier-Sakani Family Services wants to build a medically based and culturally appropriate 60-bed facility to respond to this growing and devastating crisis. it seems unimaginable that the Premier and his government wouldn't do everything possible to ensure that this badly needed facility moves forward. But a recent decision has made it virtually impossible for the project as designed to move forward. In a recent letter to the government, Carrier County Family Services says, and I quote, "We are in the midst of a tragedy for Indigenous health and well-being," end quote. Chief Karina Lewin has written to the Minister of Mental Health and Addictions, and I quote, "This decision fails to uphold your government's commitment to address the opioid crisis on an urgent basis," end quote. So to the Premier, why has his government failed to support the creation of this 60-bed treatment facility designed to provide support to First Nations who are significantly impacted by the opioid crisis?
Premier of British Columbia.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and I thank the member for her question, and I share with her my sadness and disappointment at the escalating cost of overdose deaths here in British Columbia, not just in her community, but in fact in every community, Honourable Speaker. COVID-19 has made it even more difficult for us to deal with this scourge, this epidemic within our communities. We find people are using by themselves because of the restrictions that are in place as a result of COVID. We've closed the borders with our federal partners, which has led to even more toxicity in the drug supply, and that's why we're looking at a range of options. Certainly the option that the member raised about making sure that there are treatment and other capacities within communities is among our top priorities, but also dealing with the safe supply that's required to make sure that people are not losing their lives in isolation alone, without a loved one nearby, without a friend to offer a helping hand. The member knows full well from her time in government there's a multifaceted approach to addressing this issue, compounded, as I said, by COVID, but our commitment and resolve is as strong as it has ever been. I certainly will be prepared to work with the member to talk to the community in Prince George to find a way forward. I'm not aware that the project has been stopped. I am aware that it's not yet begun, but I certainly stand ready to work with her to get that objective that both of us share.
Leader of Official Opposition for supplemental.
Well, thank you very much, and I appreciate the Premier's answer, and I have no reason to doubt his sincerity and concern for the people of British Columbia and beyond. But what I am concerned about is that there is a lack of action and support on behalf of this government related to a very specific project, absolutely desperately needed and brought forward by the Carrier County Family Services Group. This is what the letter from Chief Lewin says, and I quote, "The province stands in the way," end quote. And the government didn't just stand idly by while the ability to build this treatment facility was denied. They actually participated in the process. Page 5 of the decision to block the project is very clear, and I quote, "Government staff submitted comments identifying concerns," end quote. 1,726 people died from an overdose in 2020, but the only comments on record from this government are not to support the project, a desperately needed 60-bed treatment facility. Will the Premier commit today to find a way to ensure that the project moves forward so that the Carrier County Family Services can provide desperately needed Indigenous health services?
Premier.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. And again, I thank the member for her persistence on this issue in her community, and it affects not just the people that she represents, but all British Columbians. And I have not seen the document that the member refers to. I know the Minister of Mental Health and Addictions is at the ready to answer subsequent questions from the opposition. Suffice it to say on my part, Honourable Speaker, again, I make the overture to the member, who I have worked together with since 2005, that I will be prepared to meet with her this afternoon to look at the details of this application to see what steps we can take to move this forward. If we are going to turn back the increase in opioid deaths, which we've seen since the pandemic started, we're going to need to do it together. Members from the third party have been talking about these issues, about stigma. We've been talking about this on all sides of the House for far too long, without the type of progress I know the minister wants to see in her community on behalf of the Carrier County family services organization. But we could go to every community of every member in this House and find a similar challenge. And I know and I appreciate that we don't have enough time in the day to go through the need, but we have to have the resolve to work collaboratively to get to the result that we all want, and that is a safe place for people to deal with the challenges that they have, and enough frontline workers in place, trained here in British Columbia, to provide those services. People always help people. Programs need people. Facilities need people. We all want that same objective, and I'm confident if we work together, we can get that done.
Member for Skeena.
The time for working together and the time to look into the details has already passed. You've already worked with the Sekani Family Services in reviewing this proposal. And it's a specific proposal for a specific issue. Yes, we're in COVID. But I'm sure by now, this House knows that the issues that First Nations face isn't just because of COVID. It just didn't materialize over the last year. This has been going on for the last 40, 50 years. So the time for talk is over. The time to walk is now. And we've got a specific proposal asking for the NDP government to get out of the way and stop blocking this project. This is a 60-bed treatment facility that is being blocked by the NDP government. First Nations people represent just 3% of the population, but 16% of the overdose deaths. Chief Karina Lewin, and I quote, has said this: "The steps taken by this government to address the opioid crisis are not enough, and they exclude First Nations supporting and healing their own people." End quote. Will the Premier reverse this decision and let First Nations build this treatment facility?
Minister for Mental Health and Addictions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That the overdose crisis has lost so many lives in British Columbia is a tragedy. That it has hit First Nations, Indigenous people disproportionately is a tragedy. It's an embarrassment for our country and work that is long overdue. Something that our government has taken up and is working in partnership with First Nations to overcome. We are counting on, as part of the provincial overdose response and addictions treatment and recovery, working directly with First Nations Health Authority. To that end, we've got a $20 million commitment to 2 new and 6 replacement healing and treatment centers. We were counting on Carrier Sekani proposal being one of them. Last week, on the 9th of March, I met with Chief Karina Lewin. I expressed to her that I shared absolutely her disappointment that the Agricultural Land Commission, an independent body, had rejected the non-farm use on ALR land of the use that was proposed. That's an independent body. This is not an NDP government decision. The NDP government decision was to fund the treatment and recovery centers. The Agricultural Land Commission made a different decision, believing that it is protecting farmland. But we're not leaving that there. I'm working with my counterparts in Cabinet. I've given my commitment to Chief Karina Lewin that we will pursue this further. Our investment in Carrier Sekani Family Services remains. We are highly reliant on them as a deliverer of services right now all across BC's Northwest. And we're determined to continue to do the work with First Nations Health Authority and with Indigenous leadership to make sure that we're designing treatment services to prevent and overcome the overdose crisis in a way that's designed by Indigenous people. We've got lots to learn from them. We're determined to.
Member for Skeena, supplemental.
Well, that's not what Chief Lewin is saying in her letter. She says Part 5 decision to block the project is very clear, and I quote, "Government staff submitted comments identifying concerns," end quote. She doesn't make any differentiation between any of the programs or the different ministries. She sees us as government, and she sees us as a way, the government, to stop the blocking of this project. And she wants to see the talking end. She wants to see ministers stop referring to their briefing sheets. She wants to see the talk of reconciliation have some real meaning in a time of crisis. Not to say that the opioid deaths before COVID wasn't a crisis. The substance issues that First Nations face and social issues faced before COVID was a crisis. Now it's amplified, now it's magnified. And all we hear about is more talk, more review, let's work together. But in the meantime, let's block this 60-bed facility. Every minister's mandate letter says, and I quote, reconciliation is a shared responsibility for us all, end quote. But these words are hollow, and this government blocks Indigenous people from tackling issues in their own community. First Nations that want to address their own issues on their own terms. And all they need is some partnership, and all they need is for government to get out of the way. 16% of overdose deaths were First Nations people.
Question, member?
Where's the common sense? My question is, where's the common sense in this decision? I just don't get it. It's time the Premier stopped with empty words and actually did something. Will he do it?
Minister of Mental Health and Addictions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I share the member's dismay at the decision that the Agricultural Land Commission made about uses of agricultural land in the ALR. I have given my word when I met last week with the chief of the Carrier-Sakani First Nation that I will do what I can. We are partners. We are investors in this addiction and treatment and recovery healing center. We were counting on them being able to proceed with its development, that the Independent Agricultural Land Commission made a decision based on different criteria. I share the chief's discouragement, and we met within days of me receiving the letter, and I will be in touch with her again as soon as I've been able to see how we can find a way forward.
Member for Saanich North and Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I heard the Minister of Forest response to my colleague last week, and frankly, it was like Groundhog Day. The Premier thinks British Columbians will accept his minister simply recycling the previous minister's talking points from 2017 on old growth. He's mistaken, Mr. Speaker. The Premier committed during the snap election to implement all of the old growth panel's recommendations, including the panel's call to immediately halt logging in the most endangered old growth forest ecosystems. As my colleague pointed out last week, we are now past the 6-month mark since government released the old growth panel, and we are coming up on a year since the government received that report. However, to date, we've seen almost zero action towards the Premier's promises. The only step taken so far, a set of deferrals announced in September, include very little of the grandest, high-productivity old growth stands at the heart of this debate. These are the monumental trees that tower high above you, the majestic forests that provide homes for so many species, including endangered species. Mr. Speaker, my question is to the Minister of Forests, Lands, Natural Resource Operations. What immediate steps is she taking to fulfill the Premier's response and halt logging in our highest risk, high productivity, old growth forests?
Minister of Forests, Land, Natural Resource Operations.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for the question. And we want old growth forests to be appreciated by people today and in the years to come. It's also a priority for our government to support good jobs for people in BC's forestry sector. And that's why our government asked an independent panel to advise us on how we could do better when it comes to protecting our old forests. And our government is dedicated to implementing the 14 recommendations to ensure a new holistic approach on how we manage BC's old growth forests. And that's why, as a first step, just a first step, member, in September, we collaborated with Indigenous governments and protected old growth in 9 different areas across BC. And that was one of the recommendations that the panel put forward. The very first recommendation was to make sure that we are working with Indigenous nations across the province, and that's what we did. That's our first step. There is more action to come, and we will be doing this. We also brought in a special tree regulation, so 1,000 to 1,500 of those special trees the member referenced will be protected. So we are moving ahead to protect old growth forest in this province. We are moving away from the divisive actions of the past government to make sure that we are working together. We are working with Indigenous nations, we are working with communities, we are working with corporations, with labor, with environmental organizations and communities who are dependent on the forest industry to ensure we can move forward in this province.
Member for Saanich Northern Ireland, supplemental.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And unfortunately, while the talking continues, the logging continues. And those trees, those monumental trees, are the ones that are being cut first, Mr. Speaker, because they are the ones that the forestry industry sees as the most valuable. They're the ones that they want access to. So while we talk in this place, we log. And those trees are the ones that are falling first. Mr. Speaker, this government is getting a failing grade from the lack of action so far on old growth, from both environmental groups that the minister talked about and conservationists. As experts have pointed out, the steps taken to date have been highly problematic, leaving out those monumental trees in at-risk valleys. And Mr. Speaker, the government has seriously exaggerated how much old growth forest they have actually protected. Scientists have run the numbers and have shown that this government has given interim protections to less than 1% of the remaining high productivity, big tree stands left in our province. So the clear cutting is continuing in critical old growth stands across British Columbia and right under our nose with the direct approval of this Premier and his minister. My question again is to the Minister of Forest, Lands and Natural Resource Operations. When can we expect at least interim protections for these rare ancient forests? Or is the 1% all she's protecting?
Minister of Forest, Land and Natural Resource Operations.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And while the member, his numbers are inaccurate, so let's just clarify a few things. In this province, there are 95 million hectares of land. Of that, 57 million hectares is forested, 57 million hectares. Of that 57 million hectares, 13.7 million hectares is old growth forests. And of that, 10 million hectares is protected. That leaves 3.7 million hectares that may be harvested, Mr. Speaker. I didn't say harvested, may be harvested. Also, there is the special tree regulation. So if someone goes into a stand and sees a special tree, the very tree the member references, they are to protect that tree. And that includes over 1,000 to 1,500 trees in our province. We are committed to following the recommendations of the Old Growth report. And I want to thank the members. I want to thank Al Gorley and Gary Merkel for the work they did, the very thoughtful work they did as professional foresters, and Gary is a member of the Tahltan Nation. And we are moving forward to make sure that we have that government-to-government discussion with Indigenous nations. And that's one of the reasons we could defer those 9 areas with that critical old growth forest in it right off the bat, because there were those discussions with the Indigenous nations who were affected. So that is critically important to us. We are moving forward. We are making sure that we have the government-to-government discussions with the First Nations. We are looking at what other old growth forests we can defer. We're also working with the companies, with labor, with environmental groups, and those communities who are dependent on old growth forests in this province. It is not either or. It is making sure that we have a sustainable, well-managed forest industry while also protecting old growth forests.
Member for Surrey White Rock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Premier stated today that every community is facing a challenge on the file of mental health and addictions. He's right. Pathways Addiction Recovery Centre has been a cornerstone of the Penticton community, serving over 1,000 clients a year for 20 years. 2 weeks ago, the Premier and this government decided to end that funding and put 1,000 people's treatment at risk. At a time when overdose deaths are at an all-time high, it makes 0 sense for this Premier to be taking away a recovery option for local communities. My question is to the Premier. Will he commit today to stop the closure of the Pathways Treatment Centre?
Minister of Mental Health and Addictions.
Because addictions counseling is such an important part of people's path to treatment and recovery, the increase in investments of all sorts of support for people in interior health is something that we have funded as a government. Pathways has been a critical part of that. They've been providing service in Penticton for almost 20 years now, a very valued member of the community, and we're really grateful for their work as a contractee of Interior Health. So Interior Health tells us that they are now shifting their substance use counseling to a different form of, instead of external contract, they're bringing it in-house. They assure us that when the existing contract with Pathways ends May 31st, that there will be no disruption in service for people that are reliant on it. They say that this will better support people on the whole continuum of care, not just counseling, but treatment as well, and that it will also help provide services more broadly in the whole South Okanagan, not just in, not only in Penticton. Interior Health, as all the health authorities are, making their own decisions about addictions, mental health, and health delivery. They start and stop contracts all the time. That this is coming in-house is hoped to bring more stability of care for the people that need it.
Member for Surrey White Rock.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What's clear to me today is that the minister responsible for mental health and addictions doesn't have a lot of responsibility. It's a fact. Protesters gathered over the weekend to fight this Premier's decision to close the Pathways Treatment Centre. They included people like Cindy Ramsey, whose family member is among the thousands of clients who receive life-saving treatment from Pathways. She says, and I quote, "I have to question this decision now during this time of COVID, when people are isolated, addictions are going up, and this is just one more nail in the coffin." We just heard the minister say, it's not my responsibility, somebody else's. So again, my question is to the Premier. Listen, that's what she said, I didn't say it. My question is to the Premier. Will he step in and restore the funding to the treatment centre?
Minister of Mental Health and Addictions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Where the BC Liberal government failed to invest in mental health and addictions treatment, our government is, and the health authorities are the ones that deliver the service. Here is some of what is newly available under our NDP government with Interior Health to help people with mental health and addictions treatment. In Interior Health alone, this is what is new and available. We just this month added 10 new government-funded youth treatment beds. They've come online. They're helping people right now. Also this month, 5 new innovative integrated treatment teams are beginning to see clients throughout the Southern Interior. Kamloops, Cranbrook, West Kelowna, Enderby, and Salmon Arm areas all have these new teams that are helping people get addiction support, beating back stigma that couldn't get it before. We've just opened a new urgent primary care center in Penticton. It's opening at the end of March. It will provide long-term primary care so people can get all their healthcare needs, including mental health and addictions. It's particularly focused on specialized services. And there's more. These are all things that our government is choosing to fund where the previous government did not.
Member for West Vancouver, Capilano.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pathways is low barrier. It offers a continuum of care that can last years, as well as a drop-in center that anyone off the streets can come in to see them. This is not the case in an urgent care center. People in Penticton will be losing access to these drop-in services, which Interior Health says will no longer be offered. People needing treatment will be forced to wait in line at the local clinic instead of receiving specialized services. Why is the Premier eliminating drop-in services for those with mental health challenges?
Minister of Mental Health and Addictions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When the existing contract, external contract, ends on May 31st, Interior Health assures us there will be no disruption in continuity of care for people that need it. We are adding a multitude of ways, more and more services for people to be able to overcome stigma, have services that meet them where they are at. This is an unprecedented expansion in access to addictions treatment support. Beyond anything British Columbia has ever seen, and the need is deeper than anything British Columbia has ever seen. The loss of life from the overdose crisis has meant that we have accelerated British Columbia's response enormously. We have more than 200 government-funded treatment beds in Interior Health. We've added Foundry locations, peer-led for young people and young adults in Kelowna and Penticton to support young people with mental health and addiction issues. In every way, there are more services available and designed by people that need the services most. I am assured by Interior Health that that there will not be any interruption to service for people in Penticton.
Member for West Vancouver Capilano supplemental.
Having access to a drop-in center and being able to meet people where they're at is such an important piece of supporting the mental health of our communities. The families who have benefited from Pathways disagree with this government. Julie Gull says, quote, Interior Health will not be able to meet the same level of care that Pathways does, end quote. Or Kim Rowe, who says, quote, the service that Pathways provides is priceless. It is not a model that can be copied by Interior Health, end quote. Why is the Premier taking away a trusted local treatment option, closing this treatment centre and reducing services to those in need?
Minister of Mental Health and Addictions.
The service that Pathways has provided for almost 20 years in Penticton is appreciated, and at a contract level, Interior Health has decided not to renew the contract, which was known a couple months ago. The contract will run until the end of May, and Interior Health says this is going to represent, once the services are brought in-house and expanded, that will represent an expansion of treatment services for people in the region. Frankly, it's dangerous for the opposition to suggest that there are not treatment options for people. There are expanded in every parts of the province, more options for addictions treatment and support and recovery than there have ever been before. The need is deeper than it has ever been before. But please, anybody that is watching, if you need support, whether it's virtual or in person, you can look at gov.bc.ca/COVID-19 mental health and addiction supports. There is a great range, much of it designed for people with lived and living experience so that we can, as the member says, meet people where they are at. Information publicly made available from Interior Health says that on a medical basis, there is not going to be any reduction in care for people in need. There will be an expansion, and I hope the member will get behind that message from our health authority and let people know that help is there for them.
Member for Peace River North.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. The pandemic has been a very stressful time for British Columbians. As the Premier has pointed out, and I quote, it's a pandemic, dude. Well, in the middle of this pandemic, the Premier has heartlessly chose to cut $300 a month from those who need it the most. People living with disabilities and low-income seniors. It was the Premier who made this as complicated as possible for people to apply for the COVID benefit. It's the Premier who is making them wait and stressing them out as he delays support. I'm just one voice doesn't cut it. These people deserve an honest answer from the Premier. In fact, this week there is a group of advocates that are going to be hosting an online rally. Will the Premier restore the $300 that he cut from seniors and those living with disabilities?
Premier.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, and I thank the member for the question. He's got the facts a little bit wrong. We didn't cut the program. We created the program. We put $300 in people's pockets. After a decade of no increases to income assistance, what did we do? We increased income assistance. The emergency benefit that was to be for 3 months and then for 6 months went to be 9 months. We made it $150, and we made it so easy for the $1,000 benefit that everybody got it automatically. So, Honourable Speaker, if the honourable member from way the heck over there wants to stand up and talk about the vulnerable in his community, do some history, man. You did nothing for a decade.
The question period is over, members. The bell ends the question period. All right, calm down. That's enough. Madam Clerk.
Orders of the day.
Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I call second reading Bill 10, Interim Supply Act 2021.
Thank you, members. Members, if I might ask, please take your conversations out to the hallways, or even better, the open air outside the buildings if you need to do that. We will be proceeding with discussion of Interim Supply Act 2021. Recognizing the Minister of Finance. Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I move that Bill 10, the Supply Act Number 1, 2021, be read a second time now. Honourable Speaker, existing voted appropriations will expire on March 31st, 2021. Bill 10 provides interim supply for ministry operations and other appropriations for approximately the first 3 months of the 2021-2022 fiscal year until the 2021-22 estimates are presented, and the House completes debate of the appropriations in those estimates. Interim supply for ministry operations and other appropriations is required to ensure continuation of government services until the final supply bill comes into force. Honourable Speaker, this bill is different from interim supply bills that are usually presented to the House each year. This interim supply bill is being presented before the main estimates have been presented. Therefore, the calculation of the amounts required for government operations and services is based on the appropriations for the previous fiscal year, as this is considered a good approximation. Honourable Speaker, Bill 10 also provides 1/3 of the combined voted amounts in Schedules C and D of the 2020-2021 estimates for disbursements related to capital expenditures, loans, investments, and other financing requirements. The 1/3 authorization provided for in relation to these disbursements is higher than proportion authorized in relation to ministry operations, as the disbursements described in Schedules C and D are not evenly distributed throughout the year. Therefore, the higher level of interim supply is required to accommodate the payments that will be made under these schedules. Honourable Speaker, Bill 10 also authorizes 1/2 of the disbursements referred to in Schedule E of the 2020-2021 estimates. Schedule E of the estimates outlines the revenue collected on behalf of and transferred to specific programs or entities. There is no impact on the operating results, borrowing, or debt resulting from the collection and transfer of this revenue. Honourable Speaker, these interim supply appropriations are based on the accountabilities and allocations outlined in the 2020-2021 estimates and will allow the government to remain funded until the main estimates for 2021-2022 are presented and passed. The final supply bill for the 2021-2022 fiscal year will incorporate these amounts to ensure it reflects the sum of all voted appropriations to be given to government in that fiscal year. Honourable Speaker, this bill is about making sure that we can continue to support British Columbians. As a government, we have certainly seen the impacts of the pandemic here in British Columbia and around the nation and around the world. And I'm very proud of the fact that our government has provided the most supports of any other government here in the nation to make sure that British Columbians can take care of their families, can take care of their loved ones, making sure that childcare is there for those who are on the front lines, making sure that doctors and nurses and lab techs can go to work to make sure that they're able to take care of our loved ones who are might be exposed to COVID or sick with COVID, making sure that they are doing their jobs, and we're making sure that their children are cared for. Honourable Speaker, we also want to make sure that those who are working in long-term care, taking care of our seniors who thankfully now are vaccinated, they still need care. We need to make sure that they continue to be paid, they continue to operate, continue to take care of our seniors. We also need to make sure, Honourable Speaker, that those members that are living on the margins, whether they find themselves without a home, live with mental illness or addiction, or live with a disability, that they continue to also receive the government benefits that they rely on in order to have a quality of life that allows them to take care of themselves. Honourable Speaker, all of these things that we are able to provide, all of these things that we know through COVID, just how much more precious it is, this bill is about making sure that that can continue to happen. And Honourable Speaker, I know that the members are going to probably complain about the fact that they haven't seen the budget yet, which is coming on April 20th. We have been in an unprecedented time, and making sure that we take the time to hear from the various constituent groups about what their needs are, making sure that we have a budget that responds to those unique needs. And Dr. Henry has said over the past year, she's often referred to, we're all in the same storm, but we're in different boats. And it's such an apt description. And making sure that we are connecting with all the various boats and understanding what their needs are so that we can have a budget that responds to their needs, Honourable Speaker, that's absolutely critical. And so taking the time to make sure that we hear from the tourism sector, we hear from the manufacturing sector, we hear from people with disabilities, we hear from frontline workers, we hear from the whole range of diverse groups that make up British Columbia, that make us so special, and understand their unique needs, because, Honourable Speaker, they are in different boats. That's what it means to be in different boats. Some are more stable in a storm. They're more flat-bottomed and can ride the waves more easily. They're more resilient. And others are certainly more fragile and need a little bit more of an understanding and a little bit more, perhaps more budget support in order to make it through this storm. So that's why, Mr. Speaker, we haven't seen budget estimates, as is normally the case. That is coming. In the meantime, Honourable Speaker, we need to make sure. We need to make sure that the supports are there for people when they need it. We need to make sure that we continue to pay our teachers who are out there every day, making sure that our children are learning. We need to make sure that we continue to pay those conservation officers, especially, I would say the member from Port Moody's was here earlier and certainly been chatting about cougar sightings in his community and making sure that conservation is there to keep those folks safe. So there's another, and I see the member from Berg Mountain is here, and I know that the cougar was up in his riding as well. So, Honourable Speaker, this supply bill is about making sure that those people that we count on, those people that we don't often even think about, in terms of how they are paid and how they come to be to take care of us, who's responsible for that. And this bill, Honourable Speaker, is about making sure that those people can continue to do to do the work, the important work that they do. I think it's also important to mention to everyone here in the House that this is normal to do a supply bill. It is because we often need more time to debate estimates. It goes well beyond March 31st, which is year end, and we bring forward supply bills every single year. Certainly, I've been here since 2013. Every single year there's a supply bill that's brought in, that's debated, that's passed, while we continue to do the important work of going through estimates process and passing the budget so that we can continue to do the important work that British Columbians count on. And I know that there's going to be ongoing debate about this, but again, I just want to finish off my comments as part of the second reading about how outstanding the public service has been in terms of their work in helping us get through this extraordinary year. And I can remember, Honourable Speaker, how from my home office, which was my son's old bedroom, and transforming it into a livable workspace, and talking with the public service a year ago, right through, for months, just doing work from that space and talking about how we were going to take care of British Columbians, how we were going to address, certainly as the previous housing minister, how we were going to address the concerns that renters had, how we were going to address the concerns that we had around people who were homeless, how we were going to thin shelters, how we were going to find more shelter space, how we were going to make sure that health care could be delivered to those that were most on the margins. How are we going to do that in recognition where we didn't understand how COVID was transmitted at the time, and we knew we needed to act. And it was the public service and the people on the front lines and their collaboration and their, frankly, Honourable Chair, their late nights, their weekend work. I don't think the public would fully appreciate how hard the public service worked to help us all get through this last year. And so this bill is about making sure that those people continue to get paid, continue to do the important work that they are doing right now during this pandemic. And I want to preface that, Honourable Chair, by saying, and the important work that they're going to have to keep doing. We are not through this pandemic. Yes, there's light at the end of the tunnel, and I see my colleagues across the way with sort of a smile in their eyes, feeling the energy that we are getting there. We are getting closer. And a year ago, we did not anticipate that we would be vaccinating people now. The talk at the time was it was going to be a couple of years. Well, it's a year, and this is exciting. But we're still in that tunnel. We know that there are parts of the economy that have not yet been able to come back, particularly around tourism, for sure, Honourable Chair. But we also need to make sure that we're ready for a recovery when we're able to be out of the state of emergency. So the opportunities are there before us as well, Honourable Chair. And it really is a public service doing a significant amount of work to help us all get through this last part of the pandemic and move into the new phase once we all have herd immunity and able to see the emergency Management Act repealed so that we're not in this state of emergency. So I look forward to that day. But for right now, Mr. Speaker, I look forward to the debate in this House. With that, Honourable Speaker, I look forward to hearing what my colleagues have to say.
Thank you, Minister. Recognizing the member for Peace River South.
Well, thank you, Chair. Appreciate that. I look forward to hearing everybody's comments as well. But let me just start by acknowledging a few things that the Minister said. This is not normal. Now, there's a lot of things that aren't normal, as the Minister highlighted throughout the last year. When we talk about the pandemic, we talk about some of the things programs that government was trying to roll out. But what's not normal is the process that this government is going through right now. Now, I heard the Minister stand up and say, all of the great public sector workers out there, all of the great work that's being done, and that these funds that the government's asking for is to go to help those people and the great work they're doing. How do we know? Are we supposed to now just take government's word for it yet again? Now, I'll get into some of the things a little later on in my speech of why this is not normal, the process that government is going through, and the laws that they're having to basically change in order to go through putting a Supply Act forward as they are. One of the things I'm hearing from people is they're actually starting to get sick and tired of this government using the pandemic as a shield for not doing their job, for not following timelines, for not being accountable and transparent in the work that they are doing, which is expected of them by the people of British Columbia and of this House. People are getting frustrated. They're getting frustrated definitely with the pandemic, but they're frustrated with the government and the way they're dealing with it. This government has delayed quarterly reports. They've delayed the budget. The minister acknowledged that, but that's one of the reasons why we're going to have to discuss this bill in further detail today, because the budget's been delayed and this government has been unable to tell anybody where a dollar of it really is going. This is another trust us exercise. And we've seen how that's played out over the last 3-4 years with this government not being able to fulfill the promises that they have made to the electorate. They're having to bypass, this government is having to bypass transparency laws in order to put the Supply Act forward. Now, in some ways, this should be no surprise to this House or to the general public. If you think back now, it's the current Premier, his current Chief of Staff, the Health Minister that were all around in the 1990s during the budget era. So in some ways, it's no surprise. I know most people remember when the NDP Premier needed to resign in disgrace because of the handlings of the financial situation under an NDP government. I know many people probably remember those TV cameras rolling and filming the RCMP raiding the Premier's house to find documents while the now Chief of Staff in the Premier's office looked on and watched all that take place. I think we also remember the Minister of Health having to resign his job in the Premier's office for backdating memos. So yeah, of course, we're finding ourselves in the same situation with the same NDP government. You'd think 20 years later, a few different faces they would have learned, but we're back in the same scenario of this government not being able to handle the finances of the province and now trying to use the pandemic as a situation to hide behind for them failing to do the jobs that they were elected to do. You know, I look at this last year, in good faith, I will say, that we had all three parties, all sides of this House, who understood that we were in the middle of a pandemic and that extra supports would be needed to help people, especially vulnerable people in the province, businesses that were hurting, people who lost their jobs. Obviously, we all understood, we all empathized, and we all realized that we needed to do something as elected members of this province to help those people. And in good faith, we did that. We trusted this government. We took them at their word because at that time as well, they were unable to put the documents in this House to say where all those dollars were going. And even if they did in some situations, they failed to fulfill that promise to help people when we said that that money was going to go and do just that. So in front of us today, it is very, it's unfortunate when we're in a situation that this government, on their track record in the past, is once again asking for good faith, asking for trust, for us to give them now $13.4, to be exact, billion with no accountability. Now the minister says, don't worry, this is normal. Well, actually it's not, and I'll explain some history on that in a moment. But she also said, don't worry, you'll see the budget. But we're being asked to spend $13.4 billion again without knowing where a single dollar of that is going. And it's another case of, don't worry, just wait, trust us. Because of what happened in the 1990s under an NDP government, there's a reason why laws were changed in the province of British Columbia. Laws around accountability, laws around transparency, around the financial situations of how we report. We brought in the balanced budget legislation. We brought in fixed budget dates, and for that matter, we brought in fixed election dates, but we've seen how this government fails to follow those rules as well. Brought in the Economic Forecast Council to help guide the budgeting process. Because of all of those things, that's why British Columbia was considered a leader in Canada, a leader around transparency and accountability, a leader around fiscal management. It's because of those laws that were brought in to ensure that that information was shared in a timely way, in a legal way, in an appropriate way for the people of British Columbia. Because at the end of the day, some people in this House, especially the NDP government, forget it's the taxpayers of British Columbia's money. It's not theirs. And they deserve to know where that money is being spent. But we're back to the old playbook, 25 years later, a few new characters in the book. History is repeating itself again. The fear we have, and we're already starting to see, is because of this lack of accountability and transparency with this government, we're also losing credibility as a province in the financial world. They expect better. The citizens expect better as well. Just because this government did it in the past doesn't mean they have the right to do it again. So, as the minister said, it's a normal process to bring in a supply bill. What she failed to mention is that every single time in the history of the province of British Columbia, when a supply bill is brought to this House, it's after a budget. There's a reference point. You can come forward and say, we need $13.4 billion, and here's our budget for the next fiscal year, and this is why we need this money, and this is where it's going to be allotted to in the 3-month transitional period while we go through an estimates process. In the past, that was normal. In the history of this province, that's always the way it's been done. Until you have an NDP government. And then once again, the rules change to accommodate the fact that they were unable to do their jobs. The present situation of putting supply bills forward after a budget started in 1974. This isn't back in the BC Liberal era. It's not in the original NDP era. This is 1974 that this process started. To put a budget in front of the House, put a supply bill forward, to talk about the expenditures when you're doing a Supply Act number 1. What's interesting, again, is laws were brought in to specifically outline how the process should work in this chamber. Now, there have been times in the past where a budget's presented and the same day a Supply Act, or a few days later, maybe even a few weeks later. But in every single case in the history that I could find, it was never, ever presented in this House before a budget. So when the minister stands here and says this is normal, that's a facade. That is her trying to hide the fact that she was unable to, and this government was unable to put a budget forward in a timely manner based on the criteria laid out in legislation that requires them to do so. Now, last week we passed and discussed a few bills in this House. Some of them, we talked about how simple they were. Not a lot of monetary change, just a few wordings. Well, some of those were 175 sections long, hundreds of pages long. Took a lot of discussion and debate on the minister's side, on this side of the House. But yet we find in front of us today the NDP government asking for $13.4 billion, no strings attached, no idea where it's going, on one piece of paper asking this House for it. That's it. One piece of paper. No idea what ministries, what they're receiving. No ideas what programs are going to be allotted funds. Now we need to remember, we're in a unique situation here. This NDP government, this premier and minister, last fall changed legislation again to allow them to pass the budget late. But they're bringing a budget forward in an entirely new fiscal year with a 20-day gap. Now, it might not sound like a lot to some, but that means that we have a fiscal year ending, we have a 3-week window with no idea what the budget is for the government, but yet they say they need money to continually pay the bills. Now, none of us on this side of the House are naive. We know that the government needs money. We're not saying the government doesn't need money to continue after April 1st. We know that. It would be absurd to think otherwise. But what's also absurd is to come in front of this House and ask for that money in good faith with no explanation of where it's going to go. What's even more interesting, and the minister acknowledged it in her opening remarks, and it's one of the few lines that's in the bill, is the fact that they were unable to put a budget forward in a timely manner before the end of a fiscal year, like's always happened. But because of that, they also have to, under the legislation for a Supply Act, reference last year's budget. So we have a government now who is saying, we aren't able to put a budget forward, we can't tell you where the money's going, but in order to meet the criteria of law, we have to reference some budget. So let's reference a budget from last March, from pre-COVID, before any supports were out to help people. The law says they have to reference a budget. So yes, how convenient it is that they put in here, for the purposes of this act, the main estimates for the previous fiscal year from the 5th session of the 41st Parliament are to be read as if they are the estimates for the 21-22 fiscal year. I look forward to every minister in government standing up and explaining if they are getting any money, where that money's going. But more importantly, what I'm wondering on behalf of the people of British Columbia who find themselves still in the midst of a pandemic, who have been relying on some supports, those that have succeeded from this government, because as we all know, they all haven't. Do those supports expire on April 1st? According to what we have in front of us, it sure sounds like they do. So if you're a small business recovery grant, I know the government tries to tote the fact that the applications are extended. There's nowhere in this budget, though, that says there's money there for you. Sorry to say. In fact, it's a budget that's referenced before those announcements were even made. And that's the budget that this government is now referencing for the Supply Act. So there's no $150, of course, government's clawed back $150, but I guess maybe there's no continuation of the $150 to help people on disability. People who have been frustrated as heck from this government waiting for their COVID recovery benefits. The government tries to pat themselves on the back. They promised 3.7 million people, they would receive this by Christmas. We know that didn't happen. The government, in their own admission, has said there's 500,000 people who have applied who still haven't received those funds. We're talking 3 months later. We have 1 million people, for the most part, who have just given up on this government and haven't even applied, which is unfortunate because so many of those people need those funds. But again, under this act, or this bill, that we have in front of us, I look forward to the ministers standing up and saying if those funds are magically going to show up in their budget, because we don't know. There's nothing in this bill that tells us where the money is going. That's why we raise this. This is a first. This is not normal. This is a government who's been unable to meet their their obligations as a government under legislation. After the budget last March, another $8 billion was added. We have no idea in detail where that money's gone, how much is left, if any is going to continue on. Again, the assumption is as of April 1st, there's no money there. It might magically, hopefully, happen to show up in a budget on April 20th. But how do we know? This government's ability to ask for people to trust them is wearing thin. This House's ability to continue to approve money to help people during a pandemic, which we all want to do. We all recognize that. But it's becoming harder and harder. What's more frustrating, Honourable Speaker, is when we finally have those discussions and we think we have some detail of where the finances are going to go to help these people, it doesn't show up. The minister talks in her opening comments about, well, we've been hearing the tourism sector, we've been hearing about the people who are struggling, we've been hearing about the challenges in small business. Are you really? Are they listening? Because we actually approved finances in this House to go help those people in need. And the government sat on the money. That's frustration for so many people. That's frustration for the opposition who in good faith trusted this government. And now once again they're asking us to do it again. The Premier even admitted that that budget that was presented last March, a year ago now, was not really worth the paper it was written on. So why would they reference that same budget now to tell us where they're going to be spending money? That's a frustration for a lot of people. And anybody who will be watching this, I think would appreciate and understand as well that government has a job to do, that government has a tough job to do, but it's still their job to do. This government has had no problem during a pandemic raising taxes. They have no problem trying to get more money to come in, but yet they've failed giving out quarterly reports to say how much or where it's going. It's unfortunate that we find ourselves in this situation. And again, I want to say that we appreciate the fact that government needs to continue, that bills need to be paid. Nobody's arguing those points that the minister brought forward this morning. What my issue is, and what my challenge back to the government, is the process. How can you stand up as a government, pat yourselves on the back about transparency and accountability when you're breaking those exact same laws to put this bill on the floor? It is going to be the obligation, I hope, of the NDP members to explain that during this debate. It's one thing to stand up and say we need $13.4 billion to move government forward. I'm looking forward to hearing government members stand up and say, trust us again with no information. I'm willing to stand and support this bill as an NDP member, not knowing a darn thing. And if they do know something, well, there's a travesty all in itself, because they should be sharing with this House. And we will find ourselves right back in the 1990s budget era, if that's the case. So government has a job to do, and so does opposition. And our job on this bill specifically is to highlight and to call into the floor the fact that, once again, the government is not living up to their roles and responsibilities around accountability for this province. I mentioned the COVID recovery benefit, the small business benefits that were out there trying to help people. I'm hoping some of those ministers responsible for those files will stand up and tell me I'm wrong, that they can point somewhere in a schedule, somewhere in a budget that has not been presented to the floor of this House, to be able to verify that I'm wrong, to be able to show the public that, yes, money will be continuing on April 2nd for anybody who applies for a grant, and here's the line item in my budget to prove it. If not, it's another example of just trust us. And we've seen how that's worked over the last couple of years as this government has failed to roll programs out to help people. The government had no problem last Friday, quietly, towards the end of the day, announcing that on April 1st, there's going to be tax increases in certain areas. No problems with those press releases. I do find it interesting that this same government and Premier has no problem doing that. We will announce and have found time to come up with all of the work needed to raise taxes, but not enough time to put a budget forward of where those funds will be going or why they need it. Now, I can only expect that on April 20th, we're going to be hearing a massive financial hole that this government has dug. I also assume that this government and minister are going to then in turn try to use the pandemic shield as the reason why. Unfortunately, the books don't verify that. This government was already in a solid fiscal decline before COVID even started. And that was on top of increasing or bringing in over 20 new taxes into the province to increase revenues. That's on top of getting rid of and increasing, the carbon tax and getting rid of the revenue neutrality portion of it to bring that into general revenues. This government has had no problems finding money through taxes out of the pockets of the people of British Columbia. Where they have a problem is showing them where they're spending it afterwards and why they needed that money and why they continue to go into debt at the same time. We've heard all the problems with the speculation tax and the people being targeted, and now it's mostly British Columbians who are being targeted as homeowners. And we have numerous examples that we're going to bring forward during estimates to be able to get the Premier and the Minister on the record of why these British Columbians who are not speculators are being targeted and now having to pay this extra money. We've heard all the stories of businesses over the last few years under an NDP government who have shut their doors prior to COVID, and a lot of them because of an employer's health tax, of that burden that was now put on to the employers who never had to pay that before. Well, I hear chuckles. I'm looking forward to the members explaining to me how I'm wrong on that, because I can show the members hundreds of businesses who have been shut down because they no longer could afford the employer's health tax, and people lost their jobs because of this government. What's unfortunate is I'm being heckled for that, which means they're not even listening to those same businesses who are telling the stories, who have been in the media, who have written to the ministers. Shame on them for ignoring them. Shame on this government for not acknowledging that those taxes and those policies have impacts on people, on businesses, on livelihoods. That's appalling that I would get heckled on that as if they pretend it doesn't happen under their watch when it does. And I challenge them to prove me wrong on that no business was shut down and people lost their jobs because of that issue. I'm just going to end, Honourable Speaker, by again acknowledging that the opposition understands the process of the fiscal situation of this government and how bills need to be paid. That is not what we are challenging. We understand that. What we're asking is why this government is asking for $13.4 billion. That's all. Just show us where that money is going to go. What's normal is every other government in every other year since 1970s has followed a process of accountability and transparency until the 1990s when that changed and laws had to come in after an NDP government to ensure that that process would continue on behalf of this House and for the people in the province. How upsetting it is to see this happening again under an NDP government, 25 years later, that once again the laws are being broken to accommodate them. So, Honourable Speaker, I look forward again to any government member standing up and explaining where this money is going in detail, because as I mentioned, the bill is one page. There's no schedule attached like there's always been in history. If the government had put this on the floor with a budget telling us where that money is going to go, that would have been normal. Thank you.
Recognizing the member for Richmond, Queensborough.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I love it when my friends opposite have to dig back 25 years again and again to find anything. And, you know, they forget that they destroyed ICBC. They raided coffers of Crown corporations to balance their budget. They're the architects of a financial election campaign regime that was called the Wild West. Never mind the housing crisis. But let's forget that for now. We're going to talk about what the Minister of Finance was talking about. When I came here and sat down today, my friend from Richmond South Centre earlier talked about Ubuntu. The I and the we. And I came here and I sat down today, and as he mentioned that, I realized I'm sitting at number 13, seat number 13, which my spirituality is the Sikhi spirituality, and the number 13 is really, really prominent and important in that spirituality, because the Punjabi Gurmukhi word for 13 is Tera, which also constantly happens to be the same word for yours. And there's this whole concept in Sikh spirituality that follows all of the spiritualities, whether they're religious spiritualities or just spiritualities that come from thousands of years. Christian spirituality has that same thing, right? Render unto Caesar what is Caesar's, and render unto God what is God's, right? God being the embodiment of the people. And yours, Tera, is the central concept of that is that everything is shared. It's a people's. And that's why I'm proud to stand on this side with a government that believes in that believes in the people, and that believes that we work for the people. I'm kind of, this is, as has been mentioned again and again, this should not be unusual, having an interim supply bill, right? 20 days, really not that substantial. I'm going to read the Minister of Finance statement on the interim supply bill, right? And it kind of says it all, but I'll go into more details afterwards as well, because my friends on the other side may want them. She states that 12 months ago, COVID-19 turned our lives upside down. We all know that, right? We're living in an unprecedented time, in a time that we all hope will never have to go through again. Since then, the province has invested over $10 billion in COVID-19 relief and recovery measures, contributing more per capita to businesses and people than any of the provinces. I'll pause there. We're talking about businesses and businesses closing down. This is a government that has brought British Columbia's economy to a place where economists all over agree again and again, report after report, one of the best economies in the world, one of the best economies in Canada, right? Incredible credit ratings, unprecedented job numbers, even at the end of a pandemic or towards the end of a pandemic. I continue to read, these measures are focused on protecting people's health, right? Something that everybody agrees on, and livelihoods through supports for workers, businesses, communities, healthcare, and other critical services. Next month, right, about a month from now, we'll be introducing Budget 2021, which will continue to be responsive to the needs of people, businesses, and communities, to see them through the pandemic and into a strong economic recovery that supports all British Columbians. Again, the key in all of this message, the key in the concept here is people. This is for them, for all of us. The interim supply legislation introduced today, a simple piece of legislation really, will provide bridge funding between the end of the fiscal year on March 31st and the last day of the spring session, when the provincial budget is formally passed. What is it, 20 days? Introducing this kind of interim supply legislation is common practice, has been done year after year after year after year. COVID-19 has been an unprecedented challenge. While we can see the light at the end of the tunnel, our government will continue to ensure we keep people safe while creating the foundation for a sustainable recovery for everyone. That should say it all, but I have 25 more minutes, so I'll continue on. It's important that people and the businesses that they run and communities that they're part of, they know that support is there regardless of the timing of the budget. We've come a long way together. It's just over a year since this pandemic hit us, but the road to recovery is still ahead of us. The vaccines are here now, right? But we all know that economic recovery will take some time. And again, I'm proud to sit opposite Minister for Jerry there, who's done an incredible job during this time, and will continue to do so. I think my friend agrees. Good karma. As is common practice every year, the province passes an interim supply bill, right? Every year to ensure current supports and services can continue while a new budget is debated, thought out, a budget that, as the minister stated earlier, responds to the very needs of the people that we're here, that we're elected to serve. Not a budget that comes from nowhere, but a budget that responds to the needs of the people, right? You need time to be able to do that. By moving the budget to April, this gives us a greater time to connect with businesses, to connect with those very people, and develop an effective long-term strategy, a long-term plan that builds on the current supports that we've laid out. And that's necessary during this time, right? We want to make sure that we come out of this, robust. We come out of this strong, and we come out of this united. Budget 2021 will continue to focus on keeping people safe throughout the pandemic, and we'll do this with an eye to how we position our province to seize the opportunities that recovery will offer. Right? We don't know what the future holds. We want to be able to be flexible and to be able to seize on those opportunities and to move into the new world. What this essentially does, it ensures that current supports and services continue while the new budget is debated in the legislature. In the meantime, every day we continue to announce new and updated programs substantiate many previously announced supports that are still continuing. In fact, a few weeks ago, Minister Collin, who's Minister of Jerry across the way there, announced the extension of the small business grants and loans and changed the criteria for that. That's what we want to be. We want to be a government that's flexible, that listens to businesses, listens to people, and is able to respond to that. We're helping people now. It's not tomorrow. We're helping people now. Our $10 billion COVID-19 response is protecting people's health, it's protecting their livelihoods, and it's investing in stronger communities and a brighter future for everybody. We'll continue to be responsive to those needs, to the needs of the people, to the needs of businesses, and the communities that they live in, to see them through this pandemic, and to hopefully build a strong economic recovery, again, that supports and works for everybody, not just people at the top, not just a few, but for everybody. This budget 2021, will continue to focus on keeping people safe throughout this pandemic. The path forward is not the same for everyone. It's not the same for all sectors of the economy. And we recognize that, and our support for investment, our support for people, our support for businesses should also recognize that. This last year has been so unusual, the amount of uncertainty that we have, what was going to be impacted, what wasn't going to be impacted. No one really knew what was happening. And this House came together, and I commend this House for coming together for that. We invested with broad tools to quickly provide support to as many people as possible. And we continued through our pandemic response and recovery to identify those who were most effective. And now, as we're a year into this, our support has become a lot more targeted to address the specific needs of particular groups and sectors. Much has been spoken this morning about mental health and addictions, and we recognize that. And so our Minister of Mental Health and Addictions is working day in and day out, focusing on that, focusing on providing the tools and the resources that the great people that work in that sector need. You'll see this flexibility reflected now in our day-to-day decisions, as you'll see it reflected in the budget as it comes up. Again, not an unusual thing to have an interim supply bill. Happens year after year after year at the end of the fiscal year to allow for robust estimates, a debate on robust estimates. It's common practice to ensure that current supports and services continue while the new budget is debated. And as we know, things get debated for quite some time. And the 90s get mentioned again and again because there is nothing else for them to mention. As in other years, the interim supply bill provides temporary legal authority for the government to continue the programs and services into the new fiscal year. Budget 2021 is an important part of a strong, long-term, and that's a key here, long-term economic recovery. We're nowhere out of this pandemic. It's going to take a long time to get out of this, and we're going to need all the support and services that we need to get there to make sure that British Columbians, the people that live here, have those supports and services that they need, have the supports and services that they need for success in a post-pandemic world. When you're thinking long-term, it's really important that you listen to the people that are going to be affected by this, right? That you connect with those businesses, that you connect with the people out there to develop a program that's meaningful, a plan that takes to consideration the things that you need for long-term planning, and that builds on what's already happened, builds on the current supports that already exist. You know, this is again, the amount that's required here is not in addition to Budget 2021, it's a portion of Budget 21's total support. It's a continuation of the programs and services during that interim period. As in other years, this supply bill provides a temporary legal authority, as I stated earlier, for the government to continue the programs and services into the new fiscal year. And my friends have spoken this morning and in many days in this House on all of the wonderful programs that have come up in the last few months, and indeed in the last year. Now, my friend spoke about, you know, will services stop on April 1st? Well, that's the whole point of having an interim supply bill, right? We're confident that this interim supply bill will have enough funding to fund fully all of the programs that exist until the new budget is brought in, until it's debated and it's passed. Our support for British Columbians, that are so necessary at this point, at this juncture in the pandemic, they won't be impacted. We want to make sure that people in British Columbia continue to get the amount of care and the quality of care that they expect to get from this government. And there's contingencies already built into this supply bill in case of an emergency, but British Columbians will continue to get the amount of support that they have. You know, while some stronger BC programs are designed to end with the fiscal year, we're going to continue to support people's lives and livelihoods through the pandemic. For example, up to 3.7 British Columbians are eligible for the BC Recovery Benefit. And we all know about this, where people, individuals can apply and receive up to $500 and families up to $1,000. We recently announced $20 million in grants through Community Economic Recovery Infrastructure Program. We have the Small Business Grant Program that can supply up to $45,000 in grants for tourism-related businesses, $30,000 for non-tourism businesses. And these are grants, these are not loans. We're not inflicting more debt on people, right? People have enough debt at this point. We want to create the supports and services and offer the services that are able to get people out of the pandemic, that give them the resources so they can dig themselves out of this collective hole that we're all in right now. The development of our budget in 2021 includes looking at what we've done so far to ensure that the province's supports and services are working for people, for businesses, for communities that they were created for, as well as the supports that we're going to need in the future. Of course, more details will come when we get closer to the release of Budget 2021. You know, this is again, this has been a challenging year for all of us. And I'm really proud to stand here in British Columbia to say that this House has met that challenge incredibly well, right? We live in a province that's gifted, that we have all these people working together to help the people of British Columbia come out of this with the supports and the services that they need. This is not an unusual tactic, right? This is not an unusual thing, an interim supply bill. This whole year has been unusual, and this is but a small part of it. This is, you know, there's nothing unusual about having an interim supply bill to get through those 20 days, to make sure that people have the supports and the services that they require, to make sure people have the supports and the services that they need until the full budget is passed. Again, almost astounded that we have to talk about this, right? It seems that it should not be that unusual, and we should really carry on and get to so much of the other work that we need to do. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Member. Recognizing the member for West Vancouver, Capilano.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was a bit scared to stand up that time. I look forward to continuing the debate on the Supply Act before us today. I don't recall ever having been asked to agree to provide funding with no transparency as to how something would be allocated with no spending plan. Now, I've heard a lot of platitudes from the other side of the House in terms of why should we even be questioning this, because this government is doing so many good things. But it's our responsibility to question this. This isn't about all the programs and supporting good people in the community. This is about being accountable to British Columbians. It's about coming up with a clear, true, transparent plan so British Columbians know that their money is being managed well. The minister mentioned, Minister of Finance mentioned at the beginning, as she spoke about this bill, is that we are in unprecedented times. And that is why we don't have a budget yet. We are in unprecedented times. Well, we're in unprecedented times. Never more have we needed a budget to be on time and as accurate as possible. There are many nonprofit boards out there in the community who I'm sure have made sure that they've got budgets in place because they're concerned and they're worried and they've got to figure out how they're going to be spending their money this year. There's organizations, businesses, they have fiduciary duty to make sure that they've got budgets in place and they know how they're going to be spending their money. So saying that these are unprecedented times, and that's why we don't have a budget yet, it makes no sense to me. Now, government should have anticipated the issue with the supply bill when they asked to delay the budget. And this is not typical. We normally would have a budget. It still would need to be debated, but we would have an idea of where the money was going to be allocated. To be clear, we want to make sure that the financial obligations of the province are met. We don't want to shut things down, but this is not the way to keep funds flowing. Having a budget developed and presented in a timely manner is how we do this. As the minister said, a supply bill should just generally sail through with not much fanfare. It's a basic function of the business of the House. It is normally following due process, but it is not this time. It would generally just allow the government to continue to function and to serve its necessary purpose, but as we know all too well, this past year, very few things are unfolding as they usually do. The Supply Act is very concerning in that the government is asking the House for $13.4 billion without an explanation as to how they want to spend it. Over the past 3 years, amidst two simultaneous health crises, we've watched as this government has returned to a pattern we've seen all too many times before. So under the cover of COVID, this government is quietly and gradually undoing all of the safeguards that the previous government put in place to ensure transparency and responsibility around the budget and BC. And to clarify, I guess I should not say the previous government. I need to remind this government, as they like to point blame at the previous government quite frequently, is that they are the previous government. Delaying budgets and quarterly reports, expanding the use of special warrants, are finding a way to bypass transparency. Now, this government likes to walk down memory lane, so it shouldn't be surprising, given the fact that the current Premier, his Chief of Staff, and the Health Minister were all around for the notorious fudget budget years in the 1990s. This is a time, as my colleague said earlier, when the then NDP Premier resigned in disgrace. A scandal saw the RCMP raid his house while our current Premier's Chief of Staff looked on. It was a time when the current Minister of Health was forced to resign from his job in the Premier's office for backdating a memo. Mr. Speaker, this kind of behavior is the reason our previous government had to bring in the protections in the first place, measures that this government is currently trying to circumvent with the bill before us today. What did our government do when we were in office? We brought in balanced budget legislation. We set fixed budget dates. We cemented the use of the Economic Forecast Council. These are all steps that made British Columbia a leader in Canada for sound and transparent fiscal management. And this was all necessary to correct the mistakes of the previous NDP government. We can't help but be reminded of the old NDP playbook of corruption and secrecy that plagued them and nearly brought this province and its finances to the brink. So this, Mr. Speaker, is history repeating itself. And yet those of us on this side of the House have had to listen to backbench NDPers repeatedly making accusations and irresponsible statements about our budgetary practices while in government, including revenue transfer policies with ICBC, something that these backbenchers perhaps do not understand. These practices, the members opposite know full well, fully disclosed in our annual budgets and quarterly reports, and practices even utilized by the NDP governments of the 1990s. And Mr. Speaker, while the members opposite make accusations and irresponsible statements about these revenue transfer policies, the facts are indisputable. Between 2012 and 2016, a total of $514 million was transferred from ICB to government to support critical government services such as healthcare and education. Meanwhile, between 2012 and 2016, a total of $1.5 billion in capital and $300 million in income was transferred from the optional side of ICBC to the basic side of ICBC, all in an effort to keep rates as affordable as possible for British Columbians. The members continue to make their irresponsible statements to the contrary, while at the same time their cabinet colleagues bit by bit dismantle the safeguards that our previous government brought in to ensure transparency. In light of all this, how can the NDP expect British Columbians to trust a government that wants a blank check for $13 billion without giving us any indication or any transparency around how they're planning to spend this money? Mr. Speaker, we know where this kind of behavior has left us in the past. This government has already given itself the authority to delay introducing next year's budget by a month. That was in addition to the extra month they had already given themselves last summer. This is an issue for government transparency. Just like not sharing the terms of the TELUS contract. It is for just this reason that the BC Liberals brought in the Budget Transparency and Accountability Act. We don't even know what the financial position of the province is. The budget should be setting the initial expectations for near-term recovery, and we should now know the real trajectory of provincial debt before being asked to spend more. And now, because of this government's decision to delay the budget until April, British Columbians are left in the dark. We know the pandemic is certain to leave a much higher provincial debt to GDP ratio. We know this will be burdensome to manage. So even more reason that British Columbians need to know where the money is going. I'm trying to think of a comparison of this, an analogy to show how it might work in another situation, but I'm afraid I can't really. I don't think I ever could have gone to my board of directors and said, hey guys, I know you haven't seen our financial statements for the end of the year, and I know we talked a little bit about the budget, and yeah, I know that's already 2 months too late, but could you trust me and could you provide the usual funds for the first quarter, and you know, I'll get back to you on the details. Well, I think I'd be looking for a big fat no from my board if that was the question. The Financial Administration Act states, and I will quote, "A sum appropriated by a supply act must not be spent for any purpose other than those described in the estimates of revenue and expenditure," unquote. Now, when that was written, that was actually referring to the current incoming fiscal year, not last year's fiscal year. Under the Financial Administration Act, is legally required to present a budget first. But the legislation that is before us today sets out a way to work around that requirement from the Financial Administration Act. As the member from Peace River South stated earlier, the last time this government spent public funds without a proper budget was again in the 1990s. A time which we and most economists will affectionately refer to as the economic dark years for British Columbia. This government has also moved away from multi-year contracts to one-year contracts with social services providers. This was done several years ago. The delayed budget has now put many nonprofit service providers at risk without a guarantee of their funding continuing for even another year. This has added stress and concern for their staff and their boards of directors. How do we know that these funds we're talking about today are going to be supporting these vital services in the communities? How do these nonprofit organizations and service providers know that these funds will be supporting them? The NDP cut $225 per month in the Emergency Relief Support Fund for children and youth with special needs last September. I understand from families with children with autism that their annual autism funding is being clawed back, although they can clearly demonstrate that their children's needs have increased during this pandemic, making it even more important that they can afford the therapeutic and respite services they need in the coming months and years. Many of these families had to leave paid work to stay home with their young person because they did not have that support. Now, with this clawback of autism funding allowances, families who are disproportionately feeling the pain of the pandemic are facing additional hardship. Will they be getting any of this money? We want to know what the NDP is planning on doing with this money, but also because we have no confidence that they will spend this money well or that they will spend it in the way that they tell us they will. We are concerned about this legislation because in the past year, the government requested money and the members of this House agreed in good faith, and then the NDP did not spend the money how it had promised. Last March, in spring of 2020, the members of this House unanimously and cooperatively approved $5 billion for COVID recovery aid. We worked cooperatively. We worked in the best interest of British Columbians, and we took this government at its word when they said how they would use these funds. Our expectation was that it would get out the door, and it would get out the door quickly to support British Columbians. Now, I don't understand why this government took so long and sat on that money for months, but then it coincidentally became part of their election platform. When the NDP finally announced the small and medium-sized business recovery grant, support was delayed in getting to people because of the snap election and because of the constraints and difficulty in applying for and qualifying for this money. And in the more than 6 months since it was announced and nearly a year after it was approved, the government has still only been able to get $55 million out of the $300 million set aside for these businesses in need. This means that they have only managed to get out 16% of these funds to businesses. How can we trust a government that can't even get $300 million in promised funds out the door to businesses in need when they're coming to ask for approximately $13.4 billion, and now we don't know what they're asking for. In 2009, at the height of the economic crisis, when the BC Liberals introduced a supply bill the day before the budget, and for the duration of the estimates, this Premier said, and I quote, "When I go home and someone in my constituency says, 'What are you spending it on?' I'd rather not guess," unquote. Well, I must admit that all MLAs should be concerned about that now. What do we tell our constituents when they ask, what are we spending this on? We have given this government ample opportunity to prove themselves in this last year, but they've only proved their own lack of financial acumen and a vague grasp on economic principles. This bill is just another reminder that this government is failing to get relief to people. It speaks to them delaying the budget by months and leaving British Columbians without additional relief as this pandemic drags on. British Columbians need support. BC businesses need support. We need a government that is open and honest and transparent and manages its funds well and lets us know where everything is. We need a government that will do what it says it's going to do. Now, we know that the bills need to get paid. We know that the work of government needs to continue, but this isn't the right way to do it. It's irresponsible. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member. Recognizing the member for Langley East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity to rise virtually in this House to speak to this interim supply bill. Before proceeding, I'll choose to ignore the barbs shot by the previous speaker, insinuating that we were uninformed backbenchers speaking to the bill. I assume that those speaking notes were probably intended for somebody who's been elected longer than a few minutes. And I myself wouldn't have said that as a new member, especially sitting in opposition. So, Mr. Speaker, it's been enlightening this afternoon listening to all of the members speak in opposition of their extensive experience governing through a pandemic. Oh, wait, that would be right, Mr. Speaker. Absolutely nobody sitting here today has previous experience governing through a pandemic. That's good. We're all starting from an even base then, aren't we? So, Mr. Speaker, I agree that it's unfortunate, as the member from Abbotsford West had said earlier, people are sick of something, but they're not sick of what he's characterized. They're sick of the divisive politics. They are sick of revisionist history being constantly spewed in this House. They're sick of hearing stories of the 90s every time there's a disagreement. They are looking for people to actually govern. We saw that with the results of the last election. The member from Peace River, or sorry, it was actually the member from Abbotsford West. I was wrong. I misspoke. It was the member from Peace River who was talking about people being, how unfortunate things were and people being upset. It was actually a member from Abbotsford West when the member was finance minister, actually introduced interim supply bills that totaled $65 billion over 5 years. And we right now are not presenting anything differently. We are presenting a bill which is an interim supply bill for the upcoming fiscal year of 2021 to 2022. And it does not impact the current fiscal year. And it is intended to allow programs to continue during a pandemic. We are attempting to keep the programs that people are relying on moving forward during a pandemic. These are unusual times. You've heard this or that is unusual. That's right. That's because we are literally in unusual times. So estimates debate will proceed after the budget is presented in the Legislative Assembly on April 20th. In the past, we've actually seen, for instance, the BC Liberals have actually passed interim supply bills that gave themselves 5 months in 2009 and 6 months in 2005. We're looking to April 20th because we, as a government, believe in the importance of consulting with organizations and people affected in order to have a budget that recognizes a significant shift. We have to be able to govern through a pandemic and figure out what the needs are for people going in so that the budget presented actually meets people's needs. So even though the budget is being tabled later than a regular year, we're actually not anticipating the final supply bill being delayed much further than usual. And the total amount of being voted on appropriated expenses is $12.3 billion. The amount, like I said earlier, is not in addition to budget 2021. It's actually a portion of budget 2021's total, allowing the continuation of programs and services in the interim period. As in other years, the interim supply bill provides temporary legal authority for the government to continue the programs and services in a new fiscal year. It's because it's important for people and businesses and communities to know that that support will be there regardless of the timing of the budget. And it is a common practice for the province to pass an interim supply bill to ensure that those supports and services can continue while the new budget is being debated. And as we mentioned, we're looking at April 20th. This has been a challenging time. And an economic recovery is different than keeping status quo or looking at, say, growing the economy under normal circumstances. These are unusual times. And I find it rather humorous in that you have the opposition standing in the House discussing financial transparency when part of the role that this government's played is to deal with the complete and utter apocalypse that ICBC was. The evisceration of an education system. And we're sitting here in this House today with the government talking about transparency. Literally, so giant surpluses were contained or created and then moved into general spending by just taking money out of crown corporations. It was a rainy day fund. Yeah, no, that's not transparent. That's actually the exact opposite. So this is not a normal set of circumstances because, like I said, it's a pandemic. And there is a requirement now to look and robustly consult with those affected to ensure that the budget meets the needs coming out of this pandemic, moving towards a road to recovery, to an economic recovery for our province, who, as you can see, is doing quite well. There are many groups that need further support, and those groups are receiving support and will continue to receive support. But the divisive politics in the House, people see through that. They don't find it to be endearing. It's not helping. Sitting there and rattling on the same 90s line, like everybody's got the same speaking points in a House, going on about the 90s is doing exactly nothing. It's doing zero. It's not assisting. As opposition, there's a role to hold government accountable, but recycling the same divisive 90s line shows exactly the issue. Not bringing anything tangible to the table at all. So by moving the budget to April, it gives this government greater time to connect with businesses and people and develop an effective longer-term plan that builds on all of our current supports. Budget 21 will continue to focus on keeping people safe through the pandemic, which is the goal here, to have a safe recovery. When you ask, why does something take longer? Well, all of the restrictions in place, those have a real tangible impact on things. It makes it harder to consult with people. There's less people at work. People are working from home. Logistically, anybody from the outside looking in can see that there would be a slowdown in the way things usually were done. But the difference is this government will do it with an eye on how to position our province to seize opportunities that recovery will offer. So instead of sitting there looking backwards at our rearview mirror at the 90s, we're actually looking at how to move the province forward, Mr. Speaker. So Budget 2021 will be focused on keeping people safe, how to position the government, how to position the province out of this into a strong economic recovery. And you know what? The path forward is not going to be the same for all people or sectors of this economy. And we need to recognize that and support investment that's more targeted, which means it's going to be a really robust consultation. The start of the pandemic, with greater uncertainty about how the impacts would be felt, there was investment in broad tools. And broad tools were able to quickly provide the support that was needed as quick as possible. But going through and moving towards the recovery portion, it's important to identify those most affected. And support has to become more targeted because of that to address those really specific needs groups and sectors. So, I mean, if your history was just cutting everything, leaving it to starve or, just throwing it all in a rainy day fund and just, pretending it's a casino, be pretty easy, wouldn't it? This government actually wants to target how there's going to be a strong economic recovery in a way that makes sense. It's also an eye to understand that maintaining flexibility must also be possible, because one of the things we've learned through the pandemic, because none of us have been through a pandemic before, so you wouldn't know that today with the comments in the House. We need to be able to respond to changing circumstances and support people and businesses, because there will be a continuance of change. So we've seen that. We saw, recently, Minister Callon announced the extension of the small and medium-sized business grants to August 31st and adjusted the requirement to show a revenue loss from 70% to 30%. That is an example of being flexible and understanding that as we receive more information, which is something during a pandemic is often interrupted, the flow of information, we're able to respond to that because we have a clear focus of an economic recovery. So we're seeing that flexibility in day-to-day decisions, and that will be reflected in the budget. So as we've heard other speakers say, interim supply well past the end of a fiscal year is in place to allow for a proper and robust estimates debate. It's a common practice. It ensures that the supports and services can continue while the new budget is debated in the legislature. And it's important that we took the time to connect with businesses and people in order to develop meaningful and longer term plans. That's something that needs to be done. And people appreciate that. They don't appreciate being steamrolled, or they don't appreciate being surprised. And our governments that work closely, we've heard members opposite talk about concerns with the school district. Well, I can assure you, as somebody who served as a trustee for a long time, I'm grateful that this government's taking the time to properly consult and support and in doing what needs to be done. Because I've lived through the shocking surprises of not knowing what's going on with, one-time this funding or whatever. So our government is working very hard to ensure that those that are affected have had the proper opportunity to be consulted. And those estimates are coming as soon as the budget is presented in the Legislative Assembly on April 20th. This isn't 6 or 9 months. And at the end of the day, the final supply bill shouldn't be delayed much later than usual, which is pretty impressive considering that we're in a global pandemic. This isn't something that just affected BC. And the people of BC deserve to have a proper consultation to reflect the unusual times. The province works very closely with all of our government-funded agencies to ensure that they have information they need to plan and prepare for upcoming fiscal year. And that year is no different. And this is meant to ensure that government-funded agencies have what they need in the interim. So the current fiscal year is not impacted. This is for the upcoming fiscal year, 2021 to 2022. And at the end of the day, we're confident that we have enough of an interim supply to fund all programs and services until budget 2021. And further, one of the things that I do find, as I mentioned earlier in my opening statements, is how this has become, once again, a divisive conversation. This isn't about trust. I mean, the members opposite sat there and said, oh, well, we're expected to just trust this. No, we're sitting here with an interim supply bill in front of the House in order to keep the province moving forward, to ensure that we're able to navigate through a pandemic. And this has become, from members opposite, an exercise in looking back at history and rewriting it. And that does not help. I agree. It's unfortunate because at the end of the day, we need to work together to ensure that this province comes out the strongest way possible. The people feel supported. The programs are there to support them as we go forward, with a budget being tabled on April 20th. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I will conclude my remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, member. Recognize the member for Prince George Mackenzie.
Thank you, Speaker. I got taken by surprise here. I thought there was another one of my colleagues ahead of me. I listened to the member for Langley East speaking about history in the past. Of course, that's all I've heard from this government for the last 4 years is the history of the past 16 years or more. And I think it's great to look back upon history from time to time to reacquaint ourselves with how things were. I think future performance can best be determined by past behavior. And what we're seeing from this government now with this particular bill is reminiscence of the past behavior of the 90s. I remember back in the 90s, I was a senior police manager administrator, and every spring we would get our budgets, and this would be 1996 through to 2000. And within 2 or 3 months after we got our budgets, they were always cut. Repeatedly every year, we'd lose 4%, 5%, 6% from your budget, and that was a lot. Trying to triage all the criminal investigations that are out there. There was times when police cars had to be parked, when the vessels patrolling the 25,000 kilometers of coastline that we have in British Columbia had to be docked, where vacancies weren't filled and members were overworked, taking stress leave off because of the job. Aircraft were parked and we couldn't afford to get around the province to do the work that we were supposed to do. And as a result, a lot of things suffered throughout the province here. The NDP government back in the 90s, and I do recall that era quite well, where they used special warrants on a fairly regular basis to try and they were very opaque, I guess, in the way they administered the budgets of the province that particular time. It reminded me of much the same as you know, you're looking at your checking account, and you don't have any money in your checking account yet, but you expect in the next week you might get paid or not, and takes me back to just a little situation there with my son. One time we were at a hardware store, and he saw a bicycle that he wanted to get, and we told him we couldn't afford it right now and didn't have enough money in the bank, and he said, well, just write a check. And that's what this government is doing, just dropping a warrant here and there just to throw a few more bucks out there. We've had ample time, Mr. Speaker, to address the budgetary issues for not only 2021, which they haven't done, but 21-22, which is the current budget. And I correct the member for Langley East when she was talking about, you know, the budget for 2020, 2021. There was a budget for 2020, 2021. And, you know, being a law enforcement officer for the majority of my career, everything that we do needs to be anchored in legislation, needs to be anchored in law. That's what I find problematic with this particular bill is, you know, Section 1 of the Financial Administration Act, or pardon me, Section 23 of the Financial Administration Act states that a sum appropriated by a Supply Act must not be spent for any purpose other than those described in the estimates of revenue and expenditure. So the last opportunity we had to look at the blue books, the estimates, was for 1919 and 1920, a long time ago in the way the world has gone, and a lot of water has gone under the bridge since that particular time. It has no reference to what we're doing here today. COVID has impacted the province significantly, and I you know, the member for Langley East and some of the other members have stated that we've never had to operate in a pandemic like this before. And it produces some significant challenges for people in government, people in the government agencies to ensure that the services are provided there. And so we just make sure that the agencies have the resources that they need in order to get the job done. Unfortunately, the job hasn't been done as smoothly and seamlessly as it should with respect to the amount of money that was allocated for many of the programs here. But we'll see. You know, we'll see when the hood popped open on this budget coming up in April. I look forward to that particular date just to see how much money that we have spent, because I don't think government even knows how much money they've spent. Government has changed, you know, a couple of bills in the last session of government, or in the last government, I guess, where they extended the period of time that quarterly reports had to be submitted and the budget had to be submitted, and kicked the can down the road. And of course, we enter this government, this term of government, and the budget was kicked down to into mid-April, towards the end of April. So we're debating this particular bill here today without the privilege of knowing what the estimates are for 2021, 2022. So how do we know what to assess? How do we know that we can guarantee the people of British Columbia that they're getting value for the dollar? And big dollars, you know, $13 billion right now. Of course, it's just a portion of what might be spent down the road. But there's a lot of work here to do. Normally, when a Supply Act is presented before this House, and the experience that I've had in this House since I've been elected, passes very little debate. There's not much to say about it. Everything is laid out in the financial reports that we have for the upcoming budget. We've had 2 health crises over the past couple of years, where the opioid crisis has taken a number of lives, unfortunately, throughout the province here. And we have COVID. So millions and billions of dollars have been spent and have been allocated to various programs in the province here. But we still see the death rate and the opiate crisis increasing dramatically throughout the province. and nothing's been done in that regard. The police resources haven't been increased to address those kinds of issues. Our mental health workers haven't seen increases. The treatment facilities, we haven't seen an increase in the treatment facilities to any significant degree that will start addressing those particular types of issues. And you know, the government has been slow in addressing some of the programs that they've had under development over the last few months, getting the cash out. There's only about $55 million out of a total of $300 million that have been budgeted for these various programs in the province have been allocated so far. One of the problematic areas that I've seen throughout the last several months here in getting the money out and addressing the issues that the people that really need the money need to see it was the snap election that was called. And we had a premier that called the snap election. He had been given $5 million. The House was in perfect harmony early on in the last government in that session, in ensuring that there was adequate resources out there for the people of British Columbia as a result of COVID. People were losing their jobs, businesses were shut down, there was a lot of restrictions in place, and folks needed that money right away. And lo and behold, we had an election that was called, and that slowed the process down and stopped the process in many cases there for a number of weeks, number of months. It's, looking back to the 1990s, and I recall that era very well, like I said, there was a number of things that were changed when the BC Liberals got into government in 2001. And yeah, I'm going back to a history lesson here for the member from Langley East. But when we came into government, when the BC Liberals came into government in 2001, there's a number of changes that were made so that governments couldn't take advantage of budgetary issues like that. They couldn't give or take advantage of the special warrants in order to increase their cash flow. We brought in the balanced budget legislation. We fixed budget dates. We cemented the use of the Economic Forecast Council, which I think was one of the highlights of that particular era. We made BC a leader in Canada for transparent fiscal management. And it was all done to correct the mistakes of the previous NDP government in the 1990s. And we've seen the gradual dismantling of that legislation over the past number of years, couple of years. And I think British Columbians should be concerned about that. So when we see this budget showing up, whenever it does, if it shows up on April the 20th, like we're expecting it to show up, when we see that budget show up on April 20th, I hope that it's reflective of good monetary practices. I hope it's reflective of good use of the large amounts of money that this government has, or this House has approved in the previous government and over the past few months for the people of British Columbia to ensure that they get the services that they need to help them through the pandemic. Our tourism sector is suffering significantly. There's many restaurants that are shutting down. There's transportation companies, our buses, coaches for the highways. There's some significant dollars that these industries are going to have to be paying out here over the next few months and weeks as the pandemic hopefully starts subsiding and people start traveling around the province a little bit more. Are those programs going to be in place to help them out? We don't know. The notes all over the place here, so pardon me, Mr. Speaker here. The budgets that the $13.4 billion that this current government is requesting, it's a one-page document. It's quite phenomenal, frankly, to my way of thinking, to see somebody ask for permission to spend that kind of money on a one-page document without any supporting documentation to that at all. You know, there's a lot of people that are worried out there. We have an economic recovery strategy that somebody better be putting their attentions to in the not too distant future. They should have been doing it by now. It's reflective of a large budget coming down the pike in April. How are we going to pay that budget off? I think what we're doing is we're subjecting 2 or 3 generations of British Columbians to pay that off moving forward here. And they had no input into how that money's spent. We've been asking now for months for this government to provide us some reference, some idea of how they're going to be spending the money, how they're going to be spending the funds. And we've been met with a blank stare. We've been met with accusations that all we're doing is talking about history. And, talk about history. Look at the money that was spent back in the 1990s. We look at the way it was spent. We look at the obscurity of how they spent money back in the 1990s. So I think it's, we should have been a little bit more confident in the Transparency Act that was passed before and the measures that were brought into place by our government back in the early 2000s to hold this government steadfast in their approach to budgeting so that it remained as transparent as it was before. It's becoming more obscure. It's fading off into a cloud. Nobody knows what's going on. So the finance minister and all the ministers during estimates will certainly be taken to task on how their budgets are going to be spent. I'm just curious though, because we've gone so long in this province without any kind of a budget, what instructions the ministries have received from government. How much can they spend? Have they been told to maintain the status quo? Have they been told to cut back by 5% or 10% or some percentage amount from what their 2019-2020 budget may have been at that particular time? So I think the ministers better be prepared to answer questions like that when we pop the hood open on this particular issue here. There's a lot of work that needs to be done to reinstill the confidence in British Columbians that their money is being spent wisely, their tax money is being spent wisely. The businesses that have been hurt so much, is there a measure of confidence they'll have that they're not going to get taxed unnecessarily to try and dig out of the hole that this government is creating. If they are creating one, we don't know because we haven't seen the budget. We don't know exactly what those numbers are. So there's a significant amount of work ahead for everybody here. We are going to be bringing up the past, the past behavior of this particular government, because many of the players that are in key positions right now were in pretty substantial positions back in the 1990s with the previous government. And their practices could very well indicate the direction that this government is taking for 2021-2022 budget year. So, Mr. Speaker, this is a significant issue for all British Columbians. I hope they're going to pay attention to the hole that is being dug here financially by this government without any transparency, without any explanation to the people of British Columbia about how they're going to be looked after now and in the future here. So I look forward to further discussion on this as we progress through the discussion on this bill. Thank you.
I think I'm waiting to be recognized.
Recognizing the Minister for Social Development and Poverty Reduction.
Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to have this opportunity to rise in the House and speak to the interim supply bill. It's not always the one that gets most attention from our colleagues, but it's a fairly regular occurrence in this legislature that we ensure that the funds needed to run our programs and services don't stop while we're waiting for the budget. Obviously, this has happened practically every year. So I'm pleased to be able to say that the good work of our province, the good work of our government will be able to continue unabated as we debate this legislation. And just to refer back to the member for Prince George Mackenzie, I don't mind if he wants to give us some history lessons from his perspective. I can go back and do current events and talk about the impact we still feel from his government's years of neglect and years of turning their back on people in our society that really needed the attention of the government, something that they didn't always get. So he wants to bring up, past history. That's his job. That's his job as an opposition member. I don't think I spent 12 years in opposition talking about anything. I was probably focused on what government could have done better. And now I have an opportunity to be among people who have an opportunity to actually make things better for British Columbians. So I think it's first of all important to know that this legislation will allow us to continue to do our good work for businesses and individuals. We're there for British Columbians, regardless of the timing of the budget. I think those, technicalities, we have important programs and services to deliver, especially considering the time we're in. We've all come through and are continuing to trudge through this pandemic with a degree of resilience that I think can make us all proud to be British Columbians, regardless of what side of the house we sit on. And I think that there's been a marked degree of mutual support for the policies and the programs, recognizing the challenges that we face, recognizing that things are going to get better, and recognizing that until they do, government has to be there for everyone. So it's common practice, in fact, that governments or provinces, we pass interim supply bills to ensure that we can continue to do what we've started. And so I obviously support this legislation. In the interim, we have an opportunity to ensure that we adapt to the changing economic circumstances that we face. There's one thing that has been constant throughout this pandemic, and that is the changes that we've seen. And change being the constant requires government to be nimble. And I think what we've seen reflected in our approach is that ability to adapt to the changing conditions of our economy, the changing conditions of our social lives, of our community lives. And so the work that we're doing to ensure that we have a long-term plan for British Columbians is going to be one that's based in a solid foundation, a solid understanding of the needs of our business community, the needs of our communities, all sectors of our communities. So Budget 2021 will obviously continue to focus on keeping people safe through this pandemic and to seize all opportunities that exist to ensure that not only do we recover with strength, but that we build resilience for unforeseen events that might face our province in the future. So the lessons that we learn as government, the lessons that we learn as a province, I think are lessons that all representatives from all sides of the House are best to heed and consider. We don't always have all the answers. Sometimes we We need to be assertive and confident in the approaches that we take. And I think that the member from Prince George Mackenzie, or the member from Surrey South, the member from members in the opposition, their responsibility is to hold us to account. And it's an important role for the opposition. And I believe quite strongly that government will be able to not just justify and explain, but demonstrate that the approach that we've taken this pandemic, and as we begin to recover through the process of making our province more resilient, that we have in fact taken a good and strong road, one that is builds on our capacity as a province. So the biggest obvious consideration that we face now is the continued recovery. We've seen that British Columbia's returned to close to our pre-pandemic employment levels. We are one of the strongest provincial economies in Canada, having created jobs in all last 10 months in a row. The labor force survey for February shows we added 26,600 jobs, with the majority going to women. And this dropped our unemployment rate to just under 7%, to 6.9%. In January, it was 8%. So I think it's important to be not necessarily proud of the recovery efforts, but confident and satisfied that British Columbians are doing what they have to do. This isn't about cheering and winning and losing. This is about us collectively and steadfastly approaching the challenges with confidence and with strength and with intelligence, with good deliberation and careful deliberation. And so, you know, as much as the opposition would politicize some aspects of our recovery, I think our approach as government is to remain steadfast, remain focused on our goals, the goals that we share with British Columbians, goals that we share as a government caucus, and that's to help people. That's to help people in their difficult times and help people become as resilient and as prosperous as we can. Employment in some parts of the province is actually above pre-pandemic levels. Some of the rural part and some of our more northerly and rural communities have recovered well. But obviously, you know, when we talk about where we've had successes, we don't deny that there continue to be challenges, and we will continue to address the challenges, and we will continue to try to find solutions where we haven't found the success we want as a province. And I don't expect our focus and our determination to wane. This is a long-term recovery effort that is rooted in a place where I think we can proudly say that we have been successful in negotiating to where we have arrived so far. In some parts of our province, that where tourism is a mainstay of the economy, the challenges remain. We continue to seek out the best way to ensure that that government policy does everything it can to support our economic recovery. We do that together. We do that by cooperating and by sharing ideas and by acting on some of the ideas that are presented to us. The pandemic has obviously affected everyone, and some businesses more than others. I'm quite confident that even as we toss political grenades at each other, that in fact we do all have the same goal in mind, and that's to ensure that our province recovers with strength and recovers with the optimism that we had been feeling before the pandemic hit. We should remember that the general approach of our government is somewhat different from the previous Liberal government, insofar as our primary focus has always been on people in our communities throughout the province, and all people, not just the well-connected people who benefited from the vast majority of the Liberals' policies and programs and tax schemes and regulations. And in fact, we're still, I would say, feeling the effects of a government that was fairly focused on one thing only, and that was the populist idea that governments can run without, governments don't need to, be there for people. They just need to set policies that are good for their connected, wealthy friends. And really, what this challenge to the province has shown us, I think, with clarity, is that it would have been even better if we had had some foresight as a province to ensure that we were able to meet the challenges that uncertainty and unknown events might present. Clearly, the government's response in terms of healthcare was one that making up for problems that were created by the previous government. It's not a blame game, but it's just, a historical fact that, our health care system suffered from a kind of lack of investment that characterized some of the sectors in health. We've fixed some of those problems already, and we'll continue to correct some of the policy impacts of the previous government. The social service sector entirely, you can almost say as a whole, since the efforts to cut budgets to children and families, social development, the cuts that occurred in all sectors, even in forestry, we're still recovering from the crass and ill-advised tax cuts that occurred in the early 2000s, if you talk history. If you want to talk about the impact of historical decision-making, and, I can point to a few people on that side of the house who were there, who were sitting at the table, who are mentioned in George Abbott's book, Big Promises, Small Government. That is a compendium of decisions that were made by the previous government. That is a historical account of the poor and ill-advised policymaking that took place prior to the New Democrats earning government in 2017. The mistakes that were made, I wouldn't call them mistakes, the deliberate efforts to reduce government to the point that it was not as effective as it should have been in addressing the challenges that we face. I could not imagine a government preoccupied with their well-connected friends, managing a crisis that affects everybody. And so I'm relieved at the fact that we do have a government concerned about people, about how children are doing in school, how families are doing. We have a focus on ensuring that parents have access to childcare. Many of the worst offenses, I would suggest, that occurred during the previous government were well documented and even well pointed out at the time that they were ill-advised. And yet, 3 years after inheriting what was pretty much a gutted system, our province has shown itself to be resilient, and our government has shown itself to be not just capable, but wise decision makers who've been able to help us navigate these difficult times. So it's confidence and it's assuredness that if we focus on the best interests of children and families, that means we're focusing on the best interests of our economy. It's children, it's families, it's people in our communities that need to be supported at home so that they can ensure that they can continue to run businesses, continue to work in our various sectors. I think one thing that demonstrates the province's approach is that our economy has managed to stay as active as possible during these challenges. You look at other jurisdictions where people are talking about going back to school, they're talking about going back to work, they're talking about industries and sectors reopening. And what we're doing is, I think, can be characterized more as re-accelerating, and very little was shut down completely. The balance that our public health officials and our government found, I think, have served our province well and continue to serve our province well. And the budget that's forthcoming this spring will continue on that path. And clearly, investing in British Columbians is how we're going to get through this. Investing in supports for businesses, small, medium, and large, is going to be how we get through this. Investing in families and children, in communities, that's how we're getting through this. In infrastructure, all the things that help to create jobs, help to create confidence, help to create the conditions for others to start or continue or thrive in their own businesses. We are obviously going to be recovering together as fast as we can, but with the knowledge that some things will take time. We're not going to see all of the employment figures recover as well as we have so far. In some parts of our economy, there will be continued struggles, and I think the best approach is one that carries on the successes that we've managed to achieve to this point. So I'm looking forward to any further debate on this, and the suggestion that, we're going to be asked questions and estimates, that's no surprise there. That's our responsibility as members of the Executive Council. And I've been on the other side in estimates, asking questions of budgets, sometimes finding answers to be unconvincing, and other times being satisfied with the responses provided. And all members of the opposition should be prepared to ask questions and estimates, to ask us about our budgets, and we should be prepared to provide answers. That's how our system works. I'm confident that my colleagues and I are making decisions that are in the best interest of British Columbians. I look forward to making more decisions that are in the best interest of British Columbians. That's just what we do. And as the opposition will try to find evidence to support their theories, I think we can simply point out into the communities that we serve and say, our community members are excited about the future. We're confident about the future. As the vaccinations and immunizations occur throughout the province, the plan is in place. It's been in place since the beginning of the pandemic, and it's being rolled out in a way that should inspire confidence or satisfaction that the approach that we've taken has been one, a deliberate one, a conscious one, and one that ultimately protects the health and well-being of our communities. Clearly, there's been a lot of sadness through the last year, sadness and frustration, and an impatience that I believe is one that we all share, an impatience with the hope that the condition that we're living in now improves. I think it gives us also a realization of the importance of the social aspect of our beings. And I really do anticipate that the plans that our province has, the plans that we have collectively as a province, with the government that we have now, will serve us well. People will look to our province for ideas, not on just how we've gotten to this point, but in our recovery as well. So next month, Budget 2021 will continue to pursue the same kinds of programs and policies that have gotten to us, that have helped people and businesses and communities through the difficult times. And I think a strong recovery is ahead of us. We've seen evidence of it happening already with the job numbers, with the school attendance numbers. So the interim supply legislation, which we're debating today, is simply the bridge between the previous budget and the next one, which is be formally passed, obviously, this spring. And I see it as an important and commonly used tool to continue to be able to pay for those programs and services. And I look forward to the questions that opposition members will have, and I hope to be able to provide them with all the answers they ask of me. And so I'm happy to support Bill 10, interim supply bill. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I will look forward to the comments of my colleagues. I believe the member for Vancouver-Kilchina. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member. Recognizing the member for Peace River North.
Yeah, not quite Vancouver-Kilchina, but close on the opposite side of the province. So. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Look forward to continuing the debate on this ambiguous Supply Act that is before us today. Bill 10, which is extremely void of anything as to where the $13.4 billion is going. In fact, and I know my colleague held this up earlier, it is a one-page bill. 2 if you include the cover page. Now, normally, this would be routine, but as we have heard numerous times, we're in everything but routine right now. Foundationally, we can always look back on these supply bills, looking back on a previous budget. And this is now presented on the budget that would have been presented in, let's say, in normal times, February, just last month. And we can always look back at that and say, all right, here's the budget that you presented, here's where the gaps are filling, and we can move on. But of course, we don't have that pleasure this time. And that's what makes it ambiguous, cryptic, dark, obscure, and vague. I like putting words through the thesaurus, and that one fits just perfectly. You know, it is something that really stood out to me. The member from Richmond Queensborough mentioned in his comments just a couple of speakers ago about, you know, it's only 20 days, it's not really substantial. Well, I don't know, Mr. Speaker. $13.4 billion on a hope and a prayer and no real, not really tied to anything, scares me. We also heard kind of the Langley East, member from Langley East mentioned something similar as well. That it's just you know, it's just going to get us through here the next little while. And we get that. You know, we understand that that is the intention of this bill. But it's this big, long process that we've gone through that does not make sense. Tying this to the budget in 2020 doesn't make sense. We've heard the Premier, we've heard the former Finance Minister already state that the 2020 budget was not really worth the paper it was written on because we entered into a pandemic. And unfortunately, you know, we fast forward into where the budget has been now postponed until April, you know, 6-7 weeks past normal. Ties into some really poor planning on behalf of the government, in my opinion. And yes, I get that we have never, and I know it was mentioned, we have not been through a pandemic. But there is still a reasonable amount of trust in a government that they should be able to plan and get their ducks in a row. The minister talked that this is routine. With that in mind, we can all talk that everything is but routine right now. But we're here to talk about this bill and how the NDP really just want to whisk this through with limited debate. And I think that's why we're all standing here debating this, is because it is a significant amount of money with zero direction on where it is going. And I'll maybe put this into listening context for all those thousands of viewers that are at home watching this debate and trying to figure out why we are debating this. And the biggest thing, you know, well, I'm going to put it into a little story here, which I think ties it in quite well. You know, I have 2 kids. I have a teenage daughter. You know, she's going to be buying a vehicle here pretty soon. You know, and she comes to me and says, "Dad, I need $300, $400. All right, a teenager, that's probably not extreme. But I'm not just going to hand over the $300, $400, $500. I'm not just going to hand that over. So I turn to my child and I say, "Hey, tell me, what are you going to be spending this money on? Is it, are you looking at starting a small little business on your side? Are you just putting this toward a car, maybe a sporting event, you know, even something like a concert?" Because I think that gets you on a nosebleed ticket now of $300. But I want to know what you are spending this money on. So you wait a minute and you look and you wait for this story and this response. And there's a blank look in your teenager's face. I don't know. I don't know what I'm going to spend it on. Not really sure how I'm going to spend it. I know I need it. And that's kind of where I put this as. Now, what we're talking $13.4 billion that the public has really no idea. We know it's, and the last speaker, the Minister of Social Development, you know, this is just to bridge last budget to get us through this next budget. Well, it really isn't. It's actually starting in the middle of the water and hoping the bridge goes somewhere. And I don't think that that is what British Columbians want. They want to know where their money is being spent. They want to know that there is transparency on their tax dollars that are being spent. I think British Columbians, once this starts rolling out and people are talking about this, they're going to feel like they're in the dark, not knowing where this money is going. And I don't want to go talk about the past and bring up the 1990s, and I know the other members have, and I found it quite funny. Langley East and even the Minister of Social Development and Poverty Reduction also mentioned how, the other side is being partisan, as they turned right around and brought in all their partisan points. We do have a job to do here as opposition. That is our sole role as opposition, is to be critical of government legislation, to be critical of the government's actions. And I appreciate the minister did mention that he appreciates that. He appreciates what I appreciate. But that's why we're here talking today on this bill. Government should not just be able to willy-nilly change things around. We've seen this already. You know, the fixed elections, we've seen that. Yeah, well, you know, that's only good when we need it. You know, where does it stop? Yeah, normally we have a Supply Act. We'll just, you know, we're not in normal times. Let's just do it. I don't think there's logic in that argument. It's the government coming to us in this room, to British Columbia, and saying, just trust us. Trust us, and we'll make it work. And I'd like to say I have all the confidence in the world to believe that, but I don't, Mr. Speaker. I don't think we should all just fall in line on this legislation and yay, all opposed, carry on, because we have to ask some serious questions, and we will get deeper into this during the committee stage. Because I think British Columbians, especially in the not-for-profit sector, are going to be asking many of these questions as well. We have no idea what this $13.4 billion is connected to, as we have years and years before us. A bill that is connected to a budget that we're debating. A bill that is connected to a budget that we will be going into committee stage and dissecting and asking questions on behalf of British Columbians. Not a bill that is attached to a budget that a kindergartner could have presented last year, because it really was not worth the paper it was written on. Things had changed that much because of the pandemic. We have numerous examples of why people are not trusting this government moving forward. And trust is an important word. Ourselves and the third party had trust in the government that there was a level of cooperation here at the end of last year, or early last year, and working toward what was best for British Columbia. You saw how that turned out. The $5 billion recovery program. Government said, trust us to use it. And we, British Columbians, expected it would be used the right way and it would support the people that need it the most through probably the most difficult time for many British Columbians. It was done because British Columbians need it. I don't know if you remember a little election that happened back in October, but that's where a majority of that money went. Campaign promises to bolster, look what we do, vote for us, and look what you can get 5 or 5.5 months later. By then, it was too late for a lot of people. We've seen the government say, trust us on the small business, medium and small business recovery grant. There is a sector that needs help. Trust us, we will help you. Well, I give that an F- because most of that money still has not gone out the door to support businesses. In fact, $55 million out of $300 million has gone out the door. But trust us, we know what to do. We will spend the money. We can do this. How? Mr. Speaker, how can we trust a government that can't manage $300 million in almost a year to get out to business? How can we trust them to blindly spend $13.4 billion? That's the issue that we're facing. We've given the other side a whole year to prove, well, we've given since 2017 for this government to really prove themselves. We've seen a lot of things being proved, but it's not been successes. We've seen a lot of incompetence being proved. And this is what worries us. A blank check, really, a blank check for $13.4 billion that, well, we don't know where it's going to go. You know, this bill is just another reminder, I guess, of failing to get the relief out to people, the people that need it. Delaying the budget till April. Leaving many British Columbians without the benefits that they need. Again, just before me, we had the Minister of Social Development and Poverty Reduction on. And it's convenient that I'm following him because I can point out some of the things that I thought I might have heard him speak about in his remarks. This Thursday, we have a group of advocates that are going to be, they were initially going to be on the front lawn, advocating for the $300 to be reinstated for income and disability assistance seniors. The $300 clawback, that the Premier is on the record saying that he supports it. Is that part of this? I thought maybe the Minister might have alluded to that. Even with just the budget being delayed, you know, the upwards of 2 months, I had nonprofit groups reaching out to me stating their concern about if the money would be there. We could go back to them if we had a budget that was presented in February, and we would have been maybe debating the budget. There might have been some people talking about it, including government MLAs. We would have been talking about this budget and say, yeah, you know, there is money for, you know, the Premier had promised that he agrees with the $300 supplement. That's in the budget. Or the supports for Community Live in BC that are required. Or the many thousand not-for-profit groups around the province of British Columbia that provide social service supports. We could go to them and say, you know, it is in the budget. It was put in the budget in February. These monies, we're going to be asking questions during estimates, and you know, that we could give them. But we can't give them that right now. We have no idea how much money is going to be supporting these social development programs. None whatsoever. And to say, well, we have this money that's going to be passed here, this one page on a $13.4 billion. that refers back to the 2020 budget, which isn't reasonable to be referring back to. Maybe the government should have thought about that before they delayed the budget. In fact, they should have maybe thought about it a bit more. We might not have been here debating this bill. In fact, we would not have been here debating this bill had things have been routine and normal. And I mean routine and normal in regards to a budget being presented in February when it should have been presented. You know, Community Live in BC, we talked a lot about them. They provide an incredible amount of support across the province. $1 billion to deliver programs. Where does that money come in? Again, we don't have anything to reference it to. These programs are vital. These are vital services and supports that British Columbians need. Many of them, these organizations, have budget cycles that tie into the provincial budget cycles. They're struggling to find out, well, how do we fit into the province's budget cycle? How do we fit in to this Bill 10? How much of that money is it a percentage? What does that look like for the not-for-profit sector that deliver these programs? Work BC and Employment Services delivered almost $30 million last year to help British Columbians that are desperate to find new work. Where do they stand in regards to this? So, Mr. Speaker, we are in unusual times. Nobody argues that. We are arguing the point that government did not think this through when they delivered this Bill 10. I don't think government thought it through when they were looking at delaying the budget initially, which has put us into this precarious position that we're in right now today, debating this supply bill. I do look forward to diving a little bit deeper into this during committee stage. I know that there will be lots of questions. There will be lots of specific questions to all the different organizations, all the different ministries that do tie into where these monies go. And I'm looking forward to digging into that. With that being said, Mr. Speaker, I do appreciate the time to be able to address some of these concerns and some of the concerns that I know that not just us in this chamber do share, but there are people across the province that are looking at this very seriously to see where they fit in with this budget cycle. So with that being said, thank you for the time, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Honourable Member. I recognize the member for Saanich North and the Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to Bill 10, the Supply Act. And I'm glad that a little more humility has crept into the debate than was happening earlier. I think that it's important that we not forget that we're actually having a debate here, and the debate that we're having here is framed in the context of billions and billions of public funds being spent, and that has nothing, or little or nothing, I should say, to do with the parties that are represented in this House. It has everything to do with who we serve in this place. We serve the people of British Columbia, and it's important that when we're having the debate about billions of dollars, that it is in the context of those people that we serve. I want to start my comments on Bill 10 with the acknowledgement, as many speakers have stood and stated at the outset of their comments, that and that there is a Supply Act. An interim supply happens every year. It's a standard part of the spring session. And as other members have noted, it's to ensure that, that there's the ongoing funding of programs. It allows for the time between one budget to the next. And what's unfortunate about the debate that I've heard that has been unfolding here in this chamber today is that the whole story is not necessarily being told, because this year, while members of the government would like us to just stop on the point that this happens every year, it's important to acknowledge the fact that what's happening in this Supply Act doesn't happen every year. What's happening in this Supply Act is unique. And there's lots of excuse making. We've heard lots of excuses for why this is the case. But let's just be honest about the fact that this Supply Act is unique as the times, as many people have pointed out. See, because the government hasn't presented a budget and estimates to this House. And so, as other members have pointed out, there is little ability between now and when they do. They want us to pass this act now. In fact, they need us to pass this House to pass the act now to allow for the funding of the administration of government. But there's little transparency and accountability. And so the members of the opposition should very much be concerned about that fact. And it's not a minor fact. Essentially what this is an advance on a budget that we have not seen. And that is the main distinction between what's happening here today in this debate and this request from the government and what's happened in previous years and the previous requests of previous governments. Essentially, this House today is being asked for $13+ billion, which is a lot of money, to support, they're asking for our support of that without the information that governments normally have when they're making the determination that they will support a Supply Act. This is particularly problematic because last year's budget, the budget that they're using to provide the context for this, because there is no budget to provide any context to their request, they're providing, they're tying this to the previous year's budget. And what's problematic about that is that the previous year's budget is irrelevant. It's pre-COVID. A lot's happened since then, as many speakers have said. And so we're being asked, the people of BC, represented by the members in this place, no matter what party you're from, whether you're on this, as the people of BC often hear, whether you're on this side of this side of the House or the other side of the House, the reality of the matter is that the representatives of this House are being asked to spend $13 billion without the context that's normally in place. So I think that that's important to point out. And as it's said in this bill, the bill has to circumvent the Financial Administration Act. And Section 1 of the Act, Part 2 says, for the purposes of this Act, the main estimates for the previous fiscal year are to be read as if they were the main estimates for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2022. Section 3, despite Section 2 of the Financial Administration Act, a reference in Section 23 of that Act is to be read in relation to this Act as a reference to the main estimates for the previous fiscal year. So, while members of government stand up in this debate and suggest nothing is different, this is what we do all of the time, is there any differences? Yes, there are differences. So indeed, every time that we've been told and every time that we will be told that we're just doing what we're doing, folks, we've always done it, except we're not. So, you know, maybe the people of BC should think about that when their government can stand up member after member after member to say, don't worry, nothing to see here, we're doing what we've always done, except in the very language of the Act, they're saying, no, we're not doing what we've always done. We're doing something different. I think what the people of BC want is for their government to tell them what they're doing, to be honest about that, and then to do it. We've heard so this Supply Act is out of context. And the context should be, the Supply Act should be tied contextually to the current year's budget. That's not what's happening. So I look forward to future members standing up and acknowledging the fact that, yes, there is a Supply Act every year, and yes, this year it is different, because it is, in fact and in reality, different than previous years. Now, the government has framed this unfortunate delay largely as they've been framing everything in their delays due to the COVID-19 global pandemic. Now, I was here at the beginning, I was here a year ago. I was one of the 10 members that sat in this place and approved the $5 billion and the $1.5 billion recovery fund. And it was a day like none other probably in this chamber. It was surreal, was the word that I was looking for. And I would say that it marked, I think, the beginning of the change of how this place operates. I last year spent most of my time working from my patio, which I never thought an elected MLA would do most of his time, whether it be legislating from the chamber or constituency work or whatever, that I'd spend so much time on my patio as an elected member. And so there is no doubt that the COVID-19 pandemic has had a tremendous impact on governing this province. And there's no doubt that the administration of our government, the staff and the public servants have done a tremendous job to negotiate the really incredible challenges. However, part of what we've seen here is a really troubling trend of a reduction in transparency and accountability of this government. We did, in that time a year ago, come together in a cross-partisan way, again, like another, again, only reflected in the very substantive difference that, or the very substantive challenge that we faced. We came together. There was very little definition between this side of the House and that side of the House. I think that was what kind of caught me off guard in the tone of the beginning of this debate around this. Was the fact is that we have seen in very recent times a time in which all members of this place have come together to support British Columbians. $1.5 billion was approved for pandemic recovery, and that was by all parties in the House. It unfortunately ended up being a campaign fund, because all through the summer that money was being consulted on, and we've heard member after member after member stand up and say that the government supports consultation and engagement and asking. Well, we saw that all through the summer. And then on the eve of the election, magically, $1.5 billion worth of programs put in front of British Columbians as if it were magic. Yet it was months previously. I was sitting there, sitting in this seat right over here, when we approved that budget. The government chose to delay this budget until April. The 2021-22 budget was a choice by the government to delay that budget. Normally, we would have the budget in front of us right now at the same time as we would be debating this Supply Act. We would be able to take a look at it and we'd say, okay, we see the budget in front of us. We recognize the imperative of government continuing to deliver programs, as the members have talked about. And based on the fact that all the documentation is in front of us, based on the fact that government has followed due process, based on the fact that it's in alignment with the Financial Administration Act, let's proceed. And usually this process happens very quickly. Very few debates at the Supply Act. But the government also chose to trigger that snap election back in the fall, in the middle of a pandemic. That was a choice of this government to delay and to put that in the middle of a budget process that was actually moved up into the summer. The consultation, the budget consultation, was moved up into the summer to give the government more time to consult, more space between that budget consultation, recognizing that it was going to be unlike any other year. They moved the budget process in advance. They were probably more prepared and had more time for the 2021-22 budget in terms of that consultation process than any government has been in maybe a decade or longer than that, except for the fact that they then decided, the Premier decided, to throw an election in the middle of it. And that election has had, despite what many people in this House would like the public to believe that otherwise, that election has had widespread disruptive impacts in our society. We've heard about it over and over and over again. Program spending that didn't get out the door. Critical changes to programs that couldn't be made to make sure that they worked properly when they first failed. Small business program, small to medium-sized business program is an example of that. We've seen the numbers in the modeling and then in the numbers on the graphs of COVID cases escalating rapidly during the election. We were told, not going to happen. Don't worry about it. It's going to be just an inconsequential election with deep, deep, deep consequences. We saw Peter Milburn's report on Site C was actually ready in October, but it wasn't delivered until Christmas because, as he said, there was no government to give it to when it was ready. We were told that these kind of delays were not going to happen, but instead they did. So to make up for the snap election, the government brought us back in December, and they brought us back under the auspices that we were going to be approving the grant to support British Columbians, the $1,000 election promise to all British Columbians. And then we also saw a bill at that time that would give the government the ability to do a few things. First, to delay the budget by over 2 months so that it didn't have to come in February, so it's going to come now in late April. And then as well to give themselves enhanced ability to use special warrants, essentially the ability to just spend money unchecked when the legislature is not in session. This is part of this contextual narrative that is playing out, a government that wants the ability to just call money and spend it without the associated transparency and accountability that is required when we're actually paying respect to the people who pay the taxes and need the services that government provides. This whole year, as I said, has been unusual. And so, with that, I can agree with my colleagues. It's been an unusual year. But let's not forget, 2017 was an unusual year as well. 2017 saw us go into an election. It was unusual because a Green won in Saanich North and the Islands. But more than that, it was unusual because we got into a minority government situation where the BC Greens and the BC NDP and the BC Liberals, there was no majority government in this province. So it's important to point this out because in that year, the BC NDP government, in a confidence and supply agreement with the BC Greens, put together 2 budgets in that odd year, in that challenging time. And I know it was challenging because because I was a part of those negotiations. There was nothing easy about that time. In fact, that was, as many people are saying, that was the least stable our government's ever been. As it turns out, it was pretty stable for 3.5 years. But it was the least stable. Everybody was taking bets on when the government was going to fall. And somehow, the Minister of Finance in this government delivered a September budget update and started the process and finished the process for budget 2018 in February of 2018. So all of these delays that have been argued are necessary due to COVID because of a unique situation. It's important to point out that we're not that foreign from unique situations. Yes, they're different. Yes, a global pandemic and a minority government are different. However, I would suggest that we've experienced so few minority governments in the recent modern history of this province that actually the situation that we faced in 2017 was traumatic for this institution. It was dramatically different from what we've seen. So here we are now. We've got a situation in which we've delayed this budget, or we've been told that we need to delay this budget because of COVID. The reality is we're delaying this budget because of an election that was called, claims that we can't get the budget together, yet this same government got 2 budgets together in 1 year. So we have examples of where the government is able to deliver a budget under duress. And in this situation, in this case, they've chosen not to. They claim that this is about consultation and more consultation. The reality is, of course, that consultation happened a long time ago. The government has gone through that process. The committee that's charged with that has done the work. This government, prior to the election, was more ready for budget 2020-21 or 21-22 than they were previously because that process was sped up. This isn't a new government. This is the same premier. The majority of the cabinet's in place. This isn't a new budget. This is not a new budget from a new government. This is a new budget from a government that largely has had its hand on the tiller for the last 3.5 years. And the delay, let's just be honest, it is because of an election. It's because of when the timing of the election and that decision that was made by the Premier. So, like I said previously, response to COVID-19 was delayed because of it. Support for small and medium businesses delayed because of it. Support for the tourism and hospitality industry delayed because of it. Budget 2020, 21, and 22 delayed. So, my final bits of comments here on this, I'd just like to point out the process. Process is important. And in this bill, this Supply Act, the government is floating important processes. My job, as has been mentioned previously, my job as a member of the opposition is to hold government accountable. It's to demand transparency when the government is using its power to ignore due process and the impacts that come from that. And there are real consequences. To my colleagues who want to just stand and suggest, don't worry, we're just, this is different. There is enough impact of COVID-19 already. There's enough impacts in our society caused by COVID-19 already. The last thing the people of British Columbia need is also their government also throwing wrenches into the spokes at the same time, which is what's happened over the last number of months. There's one member who's stood up and said he's astounded that we must talk about this bill. And I would just suggest, I asked the question, so should this House just give the government then $13 billion to spend without debate? That doesn't sound like the democracy that we have set up here. That doesn't sound like how this place is supposed to work. I know the government would like to not have the accountability and transparency, and their actions recently have shown that they're trying to achieve that, and they might, in fact, use their majority of votes in this place if they can convince their own members to just go along with it to get that power, but that doesn't mean that it's right and that they should have it. So there is a great deal of difficulty to hold government accountable when there's nothing for us in the opposition to point to and say, we can't point to the budget from the last time and say, oh, well, the context of this Supply Act is from this budget over here. That's not the way it should work. Arguing that 20 days is 20 days or 15 days or 10 days, as the Premier has said and a member has raised, the Premier said previously that 1 day is too many. Well, apparently that's changed. And I think it's the laissez-faire approach to some of the debate here. It's like, don't worry about it. Just 20 days. Just 20 days. What's 20 days? It's a lot when you're talking about $13.5 billion. Most British Columbians will look at this and see a bald MLA splitting hairs, probably. And yeah, there's been a few, but I'll just speak for myself. However, is this bald MLA splitting hairs because he has so few hairs to split? No. No, it's because the processes that we've set up in this place for accountability and for budgeting measures are well established, and they're there for a reason. They're there to protect the interest of the public that we raise that money from. And if those are flouted, if those are set aside, if those are easily put aside, then what certainty do those people have? So, we must hold government accountable, and we must hold up the processes that are in place to protect the public interest. Because if we're not doing that, and the government basically has this laissez-faire approach about it, which is just whatever, it's just 20 days. What's 20 days, really? It's nothing. In the grand scheme of things, but it is important. And the reason we need to protect those processes is because other businesses, nonprofits, other organizations have created their processes to match ours. And when we do that, the delays that were caused back in the fall by decisions that were made by the governing party here throw all of those planning processes into chaos. You can imagine the people who have to manage the other budgets that are contingent on this budget, what they must be thinking right now as they're hearing government members go, don't worry about it, it's just 20 days. You guys just hang in there a little bit. The people who are working, just hang in. You might have a job, you might not, 20 days. It's nothing really, except it is something. It does mean something, and it means something for a reason. And the reason why we have these processes is so that other groups and organizations can align their processes so that in the end, we can have certainty. And what the chaos of the election was called, people say, it's just the Green standing up because he was the one that was burnt. No. The certainty that's created by this place filters down through our society. And other people and other organizations, nonprofits, businesses need us to stick to our processes and not flout them. And then when we do, minimize that. So, I'd just like to close by saying this has been an unusual and a challenging time for this institution. Incredibly so. We've seen as members the impact on this institution. But I also want to point out that this has been incredibly challenging, not just for us, but for everybody in our society. For everybody in our communities that we represent. And so the chaos that's been created by an election, the chaos that's been created by delaying the budget, It is just wrong for us to stand up in this House and minimize it like it is of little consequence, because the consequences and the ramifications are very large. And we do ourselves in this institution a great discredit when we make the debate about us and our political parties, when we make it about what they did in the 90s and what they did. I mean, I can't wait till we talk about the 80s and the 70s in this place. What we need to be focused on is the job that we have at hand right now, which is budget 2021 or 21 and 22, and on the opposition benches, holding government accountable for that. And unfortunately, what we have here in front of us is we have a Supply Act that is pointing and created a context that just doesn't exist. And for me, that's very troubling. And so with that, I will take my seat, and I thank Mr. Speaker for the opportunity to speak to Bill 10. And I really hope that as we move forward in the coming budget cycles, that we can once again, in light of the fact that we're dealing with a global pandemic, that we can once again to create that certainty that the people of British Columbia, the organizations that rely on us to have that certainty, that they can once again rely on their government to create that certainty for them, so that then they can do the important work that they need to do on behalf of their constituencies. And with that, thank you. Haishkasia.
Thank you, member. Recognizing the member for Nelson Creston.
Thank you very much, Speaker. First, I would just like to say that I would like to speak in support of the bill. And I'm speaking in support of the bill from the unceded traditional territory of the Ktunaxa, the Sinixt, and the Syilx. And I'm just grateful that I'm able to live in this beautiful land, and I appreciate the First Nations and the work that we're doing towards reconciliation, because it's a really important process that we need to all take part in. So this year, it's been exactly a year that our lives have changed dramatically, and they changed very quickly. You know, we went from knowing that there was maybe something coming to all of a sudden things changed drastically. You know, kids were taken out of schools, businesses had to close down. You know, a lot of us thought that, okay, this, you know, maybe this will be 2 weeks and then we'll be able to figure it out. But of course, you know, people with experience like Dr. Bonnie Henry, she knew sort of what we were in for the long haul. And, you know, I was personally worried that we weren't going to see a vaccine for, you know, maybe 2 years or longer. But you know, now as we're actually rolling out the vaccine, you know, at an accelerated pace, you know, than we had anticipated, now that we do have the vaccines available for British Columbians, I just feel extremely grateful to all of the people that have been working so hard this year to get us through this year, all of the essential workers, you know, and I think this year was a really important time that we reflected on what is important and what jobs are of value. You know, I think that we found out that all of a sudden, it's incredibly valuable to have your grocery stores open. The work of people in long-term care homes, you know, whether they are the nursing staff or whether they're the cleaners, that is incredibly important work in order to keep our loved ones safe. You know, and we've watched how people have come together as a community, and we've watched how businesses have pivoted. I felt incredibly grateful to see how our businesses were able to pivot extremely quickly. And some of the businesses have been hurting. You know, my region it's a tourism region. We have businesses that have had to shut down. You know, Baldface is a big draw for this region, but they have not been able to operate this year because they weren't going to be able to operate in a safe manner. So they haven't been able to be open this year. And that has impacts, of course, on the restaurant and the retail sector.
We are seeing, of course, people turning inwards or turning outwards, actually. Some people are turning inwards, some people are turning outwards, but they're exploring our local area more. We've seen more people we've seen more bike sales, we've seen more ski sales, we've seen more cross-country ski sales. People are really trying to enjoy the environment in which they live. They're also turning to support their neighbors. We've watched incredible groups that come together with neighbors to try to support each other during these extremely challenging times. And so I just feel very grateful when I look around the world, and I even look across Canada, and I see what we've been able to do, I think, collectively as British Columbians over this past year. And now that we're seeing sort of really that light at the end of the tunnel, and I've been more and more hopeful with as we're seeing that there's been, we've had a day with no deaths finally from COVID-19. That's a bright light. We're seeing more and more of our grandparents are able to get vaccinated. Our healthcare workers and our essential service workers, they're getting vaccinated. And so that, and now we're actually after what felt like a very, very long time for me, is we're able to get together in groups outside of less than 10 people. So I know that a lot of people are going to really benefit, and that their mental health is going to be able to benefit because of that. Now, what this interim supply agreement provides, and of course we do it every year, but we're hearing that this year is different. Well, we know why it's different. This isn't a surprise. But what this is going to be able to do is it provides the funding for the services like healthcare, like education, the services that we all depend on as British Columbians. For the interim, it's just an interim, and that's the portion of the budget we will, that is for the 2021 budget, and that's going to be coming up around the corner here. And I'm really looking forward to seeing all of the great things that we're going to be able to deliver in this budget for people. I know in my riding, we're finally seeing money that's going into affordable housing for people. And we're in a region where we're in a real crisis. People are not able to find housing. And these are people with good jobs, with kids in schools that are contributing to the community, but the housing stock's just not available and just not there. I was able to go with Jenny Robinson 2 weeks ago, and it's the Hall Street Place, and tour this beautiful new building that's going to be housing for people within our community. And so seeing this critical work that we've needed this type of housing for a decade, and now we're seeing these 3 large facilities that are being built for housing in our community. We're seeing more and more investments in healthcare, which is something that is, I think during a pandemic, we've all really realized how fortunate we are to live in a country and in a society that has public health care. And so seeing more investments into public health care and into mental health services and support, I think is incredibly important. But we're also seeing agricultural support. I know Creston is absolutely thrilled to see that the food hub is going to be developed this year. And this was a project that Tanya Wall had been working on for about 10 years to get the food hub located in the Creston Valley. And what this is going to do is farmers are actually going to be able to process their food and have value-added food with this food hub. So one of the things that we deal with, not most years, is a cherry cull. And these cherries, generally because of weather, they're not actually sellable on the market. And so the cherries would have to be brought to the landfill and managed that way. Now the town and the regional district are building a composting facility. But what's even better than composting those cherries is that those cherries are now, and they're perfectly good cherries. They're not just perfectly good to sell, but they're going to be made into fruit leather. So a value-added piece of food to help feed British Columbia. And these are just some of the really exciting programs and services that we're going to be, that have been a part of this last budget, and we're going to be seeing here in the future with our funding model. So, with this interim supply agreement, it's important that we provide that bridge until we're able to look and debate this next budget together and move forward as British Columbians. And I just have a lot of hope, and I'm very grateful for the trust that the province put in our provincial government, because they know how important it is to finally being seeing more investments in education, in healthcare, in seniors care, in mental health supports. And as we move forward, it's going to be absolutely critical to our recovery that we are supporting businesses. And what we've been able to do this year, it's everything's unprecedented, but this is the first time that businesses have been able to apply for grants. And with these grants, we are going to be able to see businesses make it through the hardest part of this pandemic. And I believe that some of the lessons that they've learned, they're going to be stronger because of it. That's what I'm hearing. They've been able to some of them have been able to go online or change their service model slightly, and they're planning for the future. And I'm just so grateful for those businesses and for the ingenuity that we have in our communities across this province. Kolesnikov, they're a great example of a business that has been in our community for 4 generations. And they are now, so they're able to operate from seedlings. So they're actually the ones that are reforesting the area, but then they're able to also harvest that timber, and they are creating, they have their mass timber facility. So they're able to create these mass timber structures, which are then using our local wood, and it has a lower carbon footprint than if we would be building with concrete. And it's absolutely beautiful. And it's going to be used in a building, hopefully here in Nelson, which is going to be the library, but then also buildings throughout the province. And so those are the type of investments that we're seeing here in British Columbia that are really creating value added for our province, and which are also really good jobs. And these jobs, they're really important to continue us going as we move through the pandemic and into recovery. And so I just wanted to say again that I'm in support of this bill, and I wanted to thank the Speaker for this opportunity.
Thank you, member. Recognizing the member for Skeena.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's good to be back in the House. Quite odd, though, because there's nobody here. Nice to see the staff, nice to see the Speaker, a couple of my colleagues, even my colleagues across the way there. Nice to see you guys. Am I allowed to say you guys? Yeah? Okay. Well, it's nice to be back, but very odd. Especially as what I refer to now as being a sophomore in this place. I'm not a rookie anymore. There's still more to learn in terms of the process, but I do appreciate the governance system here in BC. And what we're debating here is Bill 10, Supply Act, 2021. And apart from the speeches saying that we don't want to get partisan and make political statements and then go into a partisan speech, ragging on each other, we're not doing anybody the benefit of understanding what we're talking about here today. We're talking about $13.4 billion of BC taxpayers' money. And government wants us to believe that this is just routine. Well, I am a sophomore, I'm not a rookie anymore, but I do know that this is not routine. Even where I come from, back in my chief and council days, this was not routine. Council was never given hundreds of millions of dollars with no justification. We had to present a budget. We had to debate the budget. Now, mind you, it's not like this. Not like what we do here. In fact, to take you back in terms of why I joined the BC Liberals in the first place, I think it's well known. I joined because I wanted to help BC get LNG off the ground. I was tired of the opposition to LNG. I was tired of the rhetoric. And I thought I could help. Then I get in here, we win the election in 2017, but we lose government, which is fine. That's the way the system works. But the underlying reason why I wanted to come here was because I actually tried to form my own chief and council on the same structure that I saw here. It's a great structure. I come from a chief and council where there's no checks and balances like what you have here. And we do have financial bylaws, we do have financial policies, we have all kinds of rules for how we run our system, but we don't maintain it. I think I approved 4 dog bylaws as chief councillor of my time as chief and council. Over here, you have the continuity and the corporate memory to keep BC going. This is a really good governance structure that actually puts democracy in action. This institution represents how we hold government accountable on behalf of our constituents, no matter where we're from. Doesn't matter if you're from Terrace, Colchena, or my past colleagues riding Michelle Stilwell from Parksville, Qualicum. I said I'd give her a shout out, there it is. But the fundamentals of governance, I know, go beyond the financial accountability that we're talking about here. And really what we're talking about is financial accountability. Without the spin, without the partisan attacks. Because once you start to undermine democratic principles, where is your province heading? Where is your governance heading? And it should be troubling for the people of BC to know that the BC government is asking for $13.4 billion, but they are not giving any justification. This is what we're debating today for all those millions of people watching at home. That's the supply bill. And the supply bill is a normal part of the business. I understand that. But normally what happens is, and I've heard this repeated many, many times here, is that first you present your overall budget. That's what you present. Every government has done this. Once you present that budget, then we set it up for debate. But government needs a chunk of change to keep the programs running in BC. That's what they need. So they present a Supply Act. And the Supply Act outlines where the government's going to spend the $13.4 billion. There's nothing here. We're not debating a budget. We're not debating a Supply Act. I'm not sure what we're debating other than the $13.4 billion that the government doesn't want to justify. They don't want to explain it. And I just heard the previous speaker talk about how it's going to be great to get more affordable housing, agricultural support, mental health support, health care and education. Okay, where is it? Because I don't see it. Transparency and accountability can't just be words. The processes that were set up in this legislature were not for us as MLAs. It was not for the government. It was for the people that have the trust in a system that their representatives knew full well what was being done with their tax dollars. They knew full well where the province was heading in terms of direction, because most of the direction is actually funded by the dollars that come from BC citizens. In the, I'd say, 16 years that I was chief and council, I came across a lot of politics that talked about transparency and accountability, especially in election time. It always came out. It was platforms for many, many people that wanted to be chief and council. But in public meetings, when I asked them what that meant, I couldn't get a clear answer. So as usual, I went to find my own answer. I couldn't find an answer that couldn't fit the context of what we were doing. And there is different contexts. There's municipal councils, regional councils, us here as legislators in the province of BC. There's federal governments. There's different contexts on how you carry out transparency and accountability. But there's no reason to hide financial statements. There's no reason to hide financial projections or expenditures. That's what the legislature is for. I've got to go back and tell my constituent, Skeena, who actually re-elected me, and tell them, I have no idea what the government's going to spend $13.4 billion on. I don't have a clue. I'm sorry. I can tell you they talk about agricultural support, affordable housing, but they're not going to prove it. And this would be so simple. Because in the 4 years that I've been here, we've done this every single year at budget time. And to be honest, I know a lot of MLAs in this House haven't paid much attention to it, because normally it's routine. We know the government has got to keep the lights on while we sit here and debate the full budget. We know it's routine. We know you've got to pay those workers, those healthcare workers. We know you got to pay the teachers. We know you got to keep the ship running. So what's the problem? Why is it not detailed, even in general, in terms of the numbers, in terms of the categories? And just to cite the party line, no matter what party you're in, I'm just saying, just trust us. You're not doing any service to your constituents who voted you in, who wanted you to represent their interests as taxpayers. I've been known, I know I've been called a rogue at times. I know I've been described as a person that just goes my own way, but I do have a deep loyalty to constituents. I do have a deep loyalty to BC. And I have a love for governance, true governance, complete with transparency and accountability. And today, for some reason, we're talking about bypassing it. Doesn't that scare anybody? Especially the rookie MLAs. 4 years ago, I probably wouldn't have known what was going on here. Because of the politics, because of the spinning, I wouldn't have known. I would have asked my colleagues, what is my true job here as an MLA? Is it to my party? Is it to the legislature? Or is it to the people of BC? In this case here, I'd say that we're failing the people of BC. It might be minor to you, but that's a slippery slope. And I learned this principle as chief counselor. When our very first steps came into the economic development world, the resource world, and millions of dollars were starting to come into my community. And I went to report to all my community members in Terrace, Kitimat, Vancouver, Prince Rupert, and every message I got back was, we trust you. And I pleaded with them, I begged them, I told them in public, please don't trust me. Verify what I'm telling you. Ask me questions, ask me the tough questions. Write to me. This is your money. This is your future. And I do appreciate the trust, but I'm not going to be here forever. The problem I had as chief of council, I did not have the continuity or the corporate memory to leave behind me when I left. I tried as much as I could to build that structure, to duplicate what I saw here in the BC legislature, but I couldn't do it. I didn't have enough time. You've got the structure. BC citizens and taxpayers, you have the structure, the continuity, the corporate memory, and you also have the principles of transparency and accountability built into this place. And now we're talking about throwing it all away. This might be minor, but in the grand scheme of things, if this keeps going the way it's going, this is not going to be a very good province to live in if you can't trust your government. And I do question how this government actually doesn't like the principles of transparency and accountability. I first saw it with my own eyes when we were debating the LNG Canada agreement that the BC government had negotiated with LNG Canada. With all the tax breaks, the carbon tax, the PST break, they got rid of the LNG tax break, which is kind of funny because the NDP are always claiming that the Liberals only appeal to elite and the rich people of BC, yet they give the biggest tax breaks to one of the biggest projects in BC. That, to me, wasn't looking out for the little guy. But anyway, that's the first time that I saw the NDP government actually try override the principle of transparency and accountability when they try to slip in a clause that said no longer would major agreements have to be brought to this legislature. Thankfully, we beat the NDP government on the vote. Thankfully, the Green Party, just before the vote, left the room, and we won that vote. And I don't think British Columbians understand the bullet that they dodged. When you're talking about a government that negotiates a $40 billion agreement, gives all kind of tax breaks, and they did not want to bring it to this legislature. There's more projects coming down the pike. Chevron's still got to come through. Another multi-billion-dollar project. NISCA has just recently announced that they're putting their multi-billion-dollar project back on the table again. I think the citizens of BC have a right to see what their government is negotiating when they're talking about multi-billion-dollar projects and the tax breaks that are going to come out of it. That was the first time I saw this NDP government try to thumb its nose at transparency and accountability. The other one was proportional representation. Just recent history. NDP government, the Green Party, really wanted so badly, they throw this information out there to the BC citizens, but they can't explain it. They can't describe it. That is scary. So you start to add this all up, and you're starting to see a government that actually just wants free rein on the finances of British Columbia. And what do they do when the opposition does their job? I, as an opposition member, have a job to do. I have to question government and try to hold them accountable, which is not going to be easy because the NDP government have, what, 50 seats? I can yell, scream, I can debate all I want, but they're still going to push this through because they have the votes. But at least I get my concerns on the record. I understand that's the way the system works. What doesn't help, though, is all the spinning. We do our job and just say, could you at least give us some numbers where that money's going to go? And somehow the NDP government turn around and say, well, it's unfortunate that you don't support frontline workers. That's not what we're talking about here. We're trying to hold government responsible for $13.4 billion, and we got nothing to go on. We don't even have the context of a full budget. We don't know what happened with the rest of the money that we gave to the government, that we actually, everybody approved in this House because of the COVID crisis. I've heard the criticism, I've read the criticism from my colleague from Kilchenna, that he didn't do enough to criticize government. He didn't hold them accountable enough for COVID. But it was under his recommendation that I decided that, yes, I'm going to listen to my leader and just say, yes, I got to put down my political ammunition and I've got to vote in favor of what the government's proposing. Given what we're going through back then, I'd probably do it again. Because we have never seen anything like this in our lifetime. The last time we saw something in a worldwide scale was probably World War II. In fact, in 10 years, we'll all be asking ourselves, hopefully, where were you when the COVID crisis happened? It's historic. So I don't blame my party, I don't blame my leader for us agreeing to work together with the government because at the time it was the right thing to do. This is not the right thing to do right here, what we're doing right here right now. We've had enough time to assess the damage done by COVID, not only to our economy, but to our society. We know that people are suffering in care homes and dying. We know there's certain ethnic minorities that are suffering more than others. Certain age groups are suffering more than others. We know how hard it is now to roll out a vaccine plan. We know it. So the government can't keep hiding behind that excuse. There's a lot of smart people in the legislature that know how to govern. They know how to budget. So to come to the legislature and just say, give us a blank check for $13.4 billion and don't worry about it, somehow we'll be accountable for the future. The government hasn't been accountable for the last batch of money we approved. And in this case, I know that the NDP government are going to spin this. I've already heard a few speeches on it already. And I do know that we have to do more as a legislature to combat what's happening with COVID. We got a future to build. But we can't start building that future by undermining the principles of democracy. We can't do it because where's it going to end? A government that has no accountability or responsibility to the citizens is not a democracy. I know there's other forms of leadership around the world that actually dictate from the top down with none of the democratic principles that we're employing here today, but this is Canada. This is BC. If the people don't understand or appreciate the principles of what happens in this house, I can understand that. There's probably 4 people watching us today. But for MLAs in this house, you understand. I can't think for a minute that there's not one person in this house, 87 MLAs, that don't understand the principles of democracy and what our job is here today. So for the record, I do support the government doing more to address COVID coming out of this. I do support that, without a doubt. I do support the idea of making sure the lights are left on until the full budget is presented and then voted on and approved. But I don't support the government just giving out a one-piece paper saying, give us $13.4 billion and we're not going to tell you how we're going to spend it. I don't support that. I can't. That's not what the people of Skeena elected me for. They wanted me to come down here and understand the process, go back and report. And normally, I don't even report on supply acts. I don't report that. Because I understand it's normal course of what we do down here. It's not, there's nothing really extravagant or controversial in supply acts. And we've done 4 of them together in this house since I've been here. I've never reported once to my constituents because it's normal routine business. This today, Bill 1020 Supply Act 2021 is not routine business. You've given us nothing to debate except for the idea that you're trying to override the principles of governance. And as for the rest of the partisan speeches I've heard NDP MLAs talk about the BC Liberals in terms of ICBC, the revenues. I've heard BC Liberal MLAs talk about Bingo Gate. I've heard of the fudget budget of the 90s. I've heard all that. And there's more. But as we go back and forth and throw these backhanded insults at each other, we're not doing BC any services here. Just by insulting each other and dragging up the past and pointing out which government was bad back in the day. That's not why BCers sent us here. Today, more than ever, BC wants to see the legislature lead BC out of the pandemic. And the future could look bright in 5, 10, 20, 30 years, but not with this politics. And not with the idea of eroding democratic principles, especially in this place here, in the legislature. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, member. Recognizing the member for Vancouver, Kensington.
Thank you very much, Honourable Speaker. I'm very pleased to rise and speak in favour of the second reading for Bill 10, the interim supply bill, to take my place. We know that the interim supply bill has been introduced to continue us and bridge the gap between funding between the end of the fiscal year, March 31st, and the last day of the spring session when the provincial budget is formally passed. And as my colleagues who've spoken, certainly the interim supply legislation is common practice in British Columbia each spring. What's uncommon, Mr. Speaker, is we're late. It's later than usual, and because we find ourselves in these unprecedented times in terms of just marking recently the one-year anniversary of the global COVID-19 pandemic that has turned our lives upside down in British Columbia, across Canada, around the world. And to respond to that, Mr. Speaker, I want to speak a little bit about that and then get into some of the points further, is that our government has invested over $10 billion in COVID-19 relief and recovery measures. And really as a response to, we're on record as contributing more per capita to businesses and people than any other province. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to say that while the challenges of COVID-19 have been unprecedented, it's taken a terrible toll in terms of people who have passed away, who have gotten sick, been hospitalized, have ongoing health issues and challenges. I think British Columbians can really, should also be thanked in terms of the response to COVID-19. I want to recognize the leadership of our provincial health officer, Dr. Bonnie Henry, and all staff who've worked on the bill, and really all members in the House. Yourself included there, Mr. Speaker, as your role as the health critic playing a leading role. And I think that really leaders across British Columbia stepping up and answering the call, and British Columbians really taking the recommendations from the health officer, really put British Columbia in the stead, in the place to not having to bring in as many restrictive measures that we've seen certainly across Canada in response to containing the spread of the virus. We've been able to keep our construction industry running and working and supporting businesses to operate safely. We've been able to see restaurants and other businesses operate, even though they have faced unprecedented challenges, and we know that COVID-19 has disproportionately impacted different sectors of the economy. But I think that the British Columbians coming together has really played an important role. Mr. Speaker, besides the challenge, I just want to speak a little bit about the, also the difficulty in communities, the nature of many experiencing isolation and loneliness. And really, I've seen certainly the response of community individuals really stepping out, reaching out, and wanting to assist members who are in need. And we've really seen that as well. We've seen British Columbians right across the province step up and assist to support seniors, to deliver food and care baskets to seniors, to others who have a difficulty getting out, to really assist and support folks. Besides the health pandemic of COVID-19, British Columbia also we're facing the dual pandemic of the opioid crisis, which also which has been exacerbated by COVID-19, has resulted in an increased toxic drug supply because of the restrictions of goods crossing the border, and also with individuals being isolated, many using in isolation and dying from overdose. So those dual challenges have really presented us with incredible challenges. The interim supply bill, Mr. Speaker, so to respond to the COVID-19 relief, we've made really record unprecedented investments in British Columbia. When we talk about British Columbia in the context of Canada, but also British Columbia in the context of the world, because it is a global pandemic, we know that the global crisis, as well as in British Columbia, has really laid bare a number of fault lines, inequality, those who face multiple barriers, race, gender, class, other institutionalized barriers often face a disproportionate impact in terms of death, hospitalizations, being on the front lines as essential workers, and really bearing the brunt in terms of COVID-19. And certainly we've seen that in British Columbia. The other aspect I think that's important for us in British Columbia to realize, and I think that people around the world are coming to value, is that we really see the importance and the value of our public health care system, which has protected British Columbians. And certainly our government's commitment to invest in healthcare and taking the health of British Columbians as the most important principle in terms of how we prioritize our spending measures, putting resources in place, that has been key, Mr. Speaker, to put the health, the welfare, the safety of British Columbians at the center of all our considerations, and that the health of British Columbians really is the foundation in terms of the recovery of our economy. And it's the basis in terms of being able to move forward and recover. And that has really been, it's a stark, I think, illumination for us in British Columbia to take stock and to value our public health care system and the importance of that. Another feature, Mr. Speaker, has been really brought to the fore is the importance of when we see that these fault lines of inequality have really been exposed in the global pandemic. I want to read just the statistics I came across to really show that just the stark contrast and contextualize the investments that our government has made in terms of supporting people and businesses here in British Columbia. So around the world in the last year, we're marking the 1-year anniversary of the pandemic, and there's a shocking illustration in terms of when we see those exacerbated fault lines of inequality. And globally, in 2020, billionaires increased their wealth by $3.9 trillion. $3.9 trillion. And so if they increased their wealth, where did it come from? Well, workers lost $3.7 trillion. So that's just a very stark picture in terms of, on a global scale, the impact and the deepening of inequality. And so when we look at the interim bill, the previous budget that was tabled, and as well the budget that's coming next month, Mr. Speaker, measures that our government will take will look at ensuring that at the center, British Columbians' health is protected, and that British Columbians are supported, and that moving forward, we ensure that these fault lines of inequality do not tear our province apart, Mr. Speaker, that resources that we invest to support British Columbians to move forward as we come out of the pandemic, that it puts British Columbians on an equal footing moving forward with a society and with a province that doesn't leave people behind, Mr. Speaker. And it talks about and it prioritizes our collective future together Mr. Speaker. It's an approach, and I'm proud of the commitment and the investment that our government has put over $10 billion now, and it's really been addressing the inequality, putting at the center, ensuring we address that there's equality from a perspective of anti-racism, recognizing a decolonial view, reconciliation with Indigenous people, the increase we've seen that, globally the rise in the right wing and white supremacy, that these issues are front and center, that we identify them, we take them on, Mr. Speaker, and that we invest in British Columbians. We invest in programs, we invest in our public services that are really a collective asset, if you will, for British Columbians. And I think that, certainly we know the history of public health care in Canada with the father of healthcare, Tommy Douglas, that the value that Canadians hold for health care. And I think that British Columbians and Canadians and people around the world are recognizing the importance not only of public health care, the importance of public services that support people, the importance of measures that are put in place to support workers and to support those who are at the margins and that look to level the playing field. And this experience and this priority on our moving forward collectively together and looking out for each other. I think, Mr. Speaker, when we look at British Columbia and how we have been able so far to come through COVID-19, that's something that stands out for me, is that, neighbors that I've talked to, business owners, people in nonprofits, right across the spectrum, it's that, appealing to that higher moral or ethical ground, to think, of course, of ourselves, but for your neighbor and for people down the street, for those less able, who have less access to resources, that they should be supported. So certainly that really, I think, is articulated, and British Columbians, we understand that more than ever before. It's not easy, Mr. Speaker, and certainly there's challenges ahead, but I think that those are some key, important key components. And when we look at the pandemic, and it's really shown that investments in healthcare prevent the spread of disease and provide care for our family members when we need it the most, Mr. Speaker. Contrasted to the record of the previous BC Liberal government, Mr. Speaker, just a contrast that prioritizing tax cuts for the wealthy, which would mean less money for services like health care. So those are two clear paths, I would say, Mr. Speaker, and we've heard some discussion and debate on looking back and analyzing the record of the previous government, the previous BC Liberal government, and where we are now in terms of in the midst of COVID-19 and moving forward. And I think the path, it's very, it's uncertain, but I have a lot of faith and hope in British Columbians, and I believe in the resilience of British Columbians, Mr. Speaker. And so I think looking forward in terms of the supply bill, and I know the budget that we will be debating next month, the importance of our government focusing on investing in healthcare, investing in people, building and strengthening public services, taking a view around prioritizing an anti-racist and intersectionality view with respect to public policy. These are the key foundations that protecting the environment, these are the key values, I think, shared by British Columbians. We know as well that essential workers often on the front lines, they came to the fore, Mr. Speaker, hailed as heroes, but also in difficult times, underpaid, overworked. I want to talk a little bit about the long-term care sector and really the contrast between where we've come from, the experience in COVID-19, and where we're going. We know that COVID-19 has challenged all of us, but and the experience, for example, Mr. Speaker, in our long-term care system, which had been dismantled under the previous government. Wages had been, there was a race to the bottom, contracting out, contractors were contractors were rewarded for lowering wages. We know that that really undermines service provision to seniors. And when, in the context, when the COVID-19 pandemic came, Mr. Speaker, our government, the Minister of Health, took decisive action to ensure that there was protection in place for seniors in long-term care. What were some of the initiatives and commitments? Raising wages for workers in the system. Often, many, predominantly women, racialized women, raising wages in this sector. Bringing in the single site notice, where workers could work at one site for full-time hours. And so that created a leveling off in standardization and ensuring that adequate care could be provided to seniors in the pandemic. We know that it was different with the restrictions in terms of visitors to seniors, the restriction of folks who could visit seniors, but the measures that were put in place and the investments, Mr. Speaker, the investments to rebuild those services in long-term care for seniors, that a commitment in the billions of dollars, Mr. Speaker, to go towards improving quality of service, improving the working conditions and wages of workers, and really rebuilding that service and restoring that trust that our seniors deserve. So that was one clear area, Mr. Speaker, in terms of investments in long-term care and moving forward and looking forward. We know that we've heard some discussion about the record of the previous BC Liberal government during 2001, and that's looking in the rear-view mirror, Mr. Speaker, the rear-view mirror, which I think is where where those programs of austerity, cutting of public services, cutting taxes for the rich and those at the top, I think that's where that belongs, Mr. Speaker, in the rearview mirror. And looking forward, we know that the challenges in terms of our recovery, it won't happen overnight, Mr. Speaker, but by focusing on people and public services, providing opportunities, training opportunities, as well as in the long-term care sector, we've made a commitment to provide training opportunities and hiring additional staff to work in the sector. So that's a key commitment that not only improves service for seniors, but provides opportunities as well, Mr. Speaker. We know as well that moving forward, there are a lot of challenges, but our government, Mr. Speaker, continues to be focused on looking out for people, working for British Columbians, providing support, and also ensuring that we build and strengthen public services. We've provided as well a number of supports for our recovery, our BC recovery. We know, Mr. Speaker, the BC recovery benefit helps families make ends meet with payments up to $1,000, direct investments into support families. Small and medium businesses are eligible to receive grants up to $30,000 and up to $45,000 for tourism businesses. Incredibly hard hit, the tourism and hospitality sector, really to keep people working. As well, additional supports to help thousands of people upskill or reskill, find in-demand jobs. Continue to improve fairness at ICBC, make life more affordable. There will be checks coming back to British Columbians for a rebate in terms of turning things around at ICBC. Bringing in transparency in real estate to protect people and tackle fraud, Mr. Speaker, and also recently taking action to stop gun violence. So these are some of the initiatives, Mr. Speaker, that our government has undertaken to support British Columbians and really invest in people. And these are the key cornerstones in terms of moving forward. Where do we want to go? Where do British Columbians want to go, Mr. Speaker? We have big challenges. I haven't spoken about what we've seen as well in terms of just this rise in anti-Asian racism that has really increased sevenfold. These are the reported instances, Mr. Speaker, of anti-Asian racism, and it's characterized as anti-Asian racism, but it's basically people who are darker skinned, racialized, have been the impact. I have had so many reports into my office on the street, people being assaulted, verbally accosted, really that this has come out and really, really highlighted the need to tackle racism. I'm very pleased about the commitment of our government, Mr. Speaker, to take that on and to move forward around addressing systemic and institutionalized racism in our province. We have a long history of that, and our government is taking decisive steps, which it goes hand in hand, Mr. Speaker, in terms of how we recover, how British Columbians as a province, how we recover, how we ensure that as the vaccination program continues to gain steam, that people are protected, that their health is protected, and that's the basis for our economy recovering, Mr. Speaker. But hand in hand and key is the important commitment around addressing the scourge of anti-Asian racism, the need to recommit to Indigenous reconciliation, Mr. Speaker, that these are key and central in terms of moving forward. So I'm very pleased to speak in favor of second reading for Bill 10. I look forward to, we have the budget that will be coming next month, Mr. Speaker, to talk about the continued commitment of our government to ensure that British Columbians are kept safe, that there are equal opportunities for all British Columbians, and that people and businesses are supported, and that we take steps to move forward to build a province where we can live in safety with respect and dignity, Mr. Speaker, and that's a future that all of us can be proud of. So thank you very much for the opportunity.
Noting the hour, member.
And noting the hour, I move adjournment of the debate.
Thank you, member. Members, the vote is going to take place shortly. Those who are participating remotely, have your voting cards ready. The member has moved adjournment of debate. All those in favor indicate aye. Aye. Those who oppose indicate nay. Motion carried. Government House Leader.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker. I move the House to now adjourn.
Members, you heard the motion. All those in favor indicate aye. Aye. Those who oppose indicate nay. Motion carried. This House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow morning.